Alright, you know how we start these things. Roll call.
Right.
Okay, weird. Kyle? Huh? What?
Huh?
Mikey.
Ryan?
And Steven?
We're in great form, everybody. Let's go.
A triumphant return.
I insist on being last, so that was on y'all.
And once again, always thank you to the wonderful individuals who make all the beautiful music that I use for these campaigns. Thank you, Darren Curtis, not Alexander Nakamura, who did all the music for our last season, like across almost the entire board. So I know you'll never hear this, but if you do, I appreciate you a ton. Well, it's been a while since we had everybody at the table. For our audience who is not aware, we've been doing a lot of one-shots for each one of our characters as we bring various individuals across our multiple seasons of campaigns back to the Moon Sea once more. The call of the eventual reclamation of Flan, hot on the trails of our various characters, coming back to the Moon Sea to begin representing their various factions as the various factions and denizens of the Moon Sea begin in earnest putting together their machinations to take back the city of Flan from the main virulence himself, the ancient green dragon, Vorgan Shorax. When we last left all of our characters coming from as far as Waterdeep, across the Moon Sea from Mulemaster, and from the ruins of Mithranor and Zentel Keep, our various heroes went on their own individual adventures, each one tasked by Aya Glenmere, the resident enchantress of Flan and purveyor of magical tattoos, had sent each one on an individual mission to find the whereabouts of various members of a resident Gur family. I will say their last name being Raja. The Raja family had been a welcome addition to the Crossing Inn, halfway between Malvant and Flan. However, after a seemingly typical night, the entire family had absconded with various patrons, magical items, weapons from the local militia, and a shipment of fine gems, seemingly out of nowhere. I tasked each individual member of our troop to go and find a various member of this family. I believe the names of Kekim, Rillanin, and Hirsu. As each one of our adventurers went off and had their adventures, we now return back to the Crossing Inn. We'll start as we enter into the tavern. The octagon-like shape, the large circular bar in the center of the room, with its ever-burning pit of fire, fresh breads, fine ales, and harder liquors to be found. Rumston Call, the barkeep and tavern owner, his head a mismatch of interesting scars that to the knowing adventurer, the clear signs of a mind flayer attack from his days as an adventurer. Returned with Jove. Jove, outside you have left, I believe, Kekim inside the cart that you and Aquila have pulled for the last couple days, returning back from the Vanishing Hills. Kekim's health has seemingly deteriorated. He finds it hard to wake for long periods of time. His captivity with the orcs you rescued him from, taking their toll on the older Gur man. You return back, sitting across the table from Aya Glenmere. A mulled cider already in one hand. As you look up from your table, as you begin to converse with Aya, the door opens. And why don't I have Jove introduce yourself? Go ahead and give it a description as you sit across the table from Aya.
Absolutely. So you see there in the tavern Joe Featherfoot, who is a stout halfling, on the tall side for a halfling, and has a barrel-chested build. He has curly chestnut brown hair that comes down on his for bangs, and that also grows in the back into a lovable mullet. He has a reddish beard, quite a full beard, and probably the most impressive beard that you've seen on a halfling. And in fact, it looks like it was torn straight off of a dwarf and placed on his face. He has on him a sentinel shield, which is a large shield with an eye in the center of it, and a gleaming electrum spear in his arsenal. Around his midsection is a large, like WWE style title belt, but it is dwarven make, very intricate, and fits him perfectly. Um, a especially astute observer would notice that on his left hand he has a ring, though it looks less like a ring, and a live flower that has blossomed off of his finger. Has a jovial presence, and
Jovial.
looks like jovial.
+1
Looks as if
across the board. Everybody, take your +1.
Thank you, Joe.
first of the campaign. Yes, and he looks like he is kind of the missing link between halfling and a dwarf. Can't tell if he is a large halfling or a small dwarf. And so that is Joe's physical appearance as he is sitting across from him.
As you look up Jove, mug of cider in one hand, a freshly baked piece of bread with kind of the day's gumbo for all intensive purposes. Yes, I'm aware it's intensive purposes. You look up towards the door and entering in, Alder, describe yourself.
Entering through the door, Alder Chiskin, about like a 5, like 7 or so, tabaxi walks through, although only part of the tabaxi is almost present as he walks in. The way we almost best described it, he's kind of wearing like the poncho hoodie that like Death has in Puss in Boots, if you know the type. That's like kind of like, yes, that's almost kind of like flowing over and like covering most of his upper body and torso, and kind of hangs over the arms, just enough for you to see kind of the hands or the paws kind of sticking out from underneath. He has like a dark red coloring to his fur with black stripes going up and down both the face and the arms as well. He looks pretty much like a stray cat. Well, he did actually. Now he's a little bit cleaner on this one. He's been out for a little bit, so there's some dirt kind of here and there, but not nearly as bad as it was before in our adventure. But he would come in with that, with the dark poncho on. Just a set of trousers. Does not wear any shoes, though. He's found with this tabaxi form that shoes just don't tend to work well. Tends to accidentally tear through, and it's just not worth the expenses really at this point. So he goes kind of on the shorter end with clothing these days, ever since taking the tabaxi form itself.
And Alder and Jove, as your eyes meet your would-be companions, let me have both of you guys roll insight.
Jove got a 21.
Alder got a 7.
Alder, you do not recognize the dwarf you see sitting across from Aya. However, Jove, you immediately recognize Alder Chiskin as the Tabaxi, the resident adventuring wizard of the Lost and Found, and one of your saviors during your capture in Flan. one of the individuals that saved you, your uncle and your father, Grenton Welby, from captivity of those hobgoblins during the taking of Flan, and was there um, in the initial departure you had from Flan, dropping you off at Molemaster. As
Jove,
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
I was just going to say that as Jove catches eyes and sees that this is Alder, he is going to put his fingers to his lips and let out a pretty loud whistle. And then he's going to kind of wave over to him and say, "Hey there, champion of Flan, come on over here."
Huh. Not too often these days I see an admiring fan in such fanfare. I might have refused as he walks on over. What's your name, friend?
And Jove will clasp hands, or I guess hand and paw, with Alder as he kind of motions to Ram's son, the bartender, to get another round, and he'll catch Alder's eyes again and say, "Well, I'm Joe Featherfoot. I was in Flan when you and the Lost and Found did what you did that day. You saved my life and uh, the lives of my family members, my kin. So nothing but indebted to you."
I'll say, a Flan native through and through, eh? Well, glad you made it out of there, friend, and glad some good came out of that day, to say the least. Did you get a drink already, or?
And as you say that,
Well, I got one.
Romson Call comes up with two solid tankers and puts a heavy hand on your back, Alder, and says, "Oh, I already got something poured for you as I saw you coming on up to the windows." And puts two dwarven whiskeys, the full tankards, in front of you.
You are not missing customer service around here, my friend. Many, many thanks. Much obliged.
Hey, anything for one of those Raiders of the Twilight Marsh? And gives you a solid squeeze on the shoulder. Smiles abound, that kind of hardened warmth coming straight like the very fire that warms the crossing in itself.
You know, I just about came back looking like him at the end of it when I went through that marsh. Don't tell him I said that part though. But what brings you out here? Did I send you go about do some things or what?
Well, yeah, actually, I'm here in my capacity as a summer strider of the Emerald Enclave. I was with a little outfit called the Odd Jobs back in Mulmaster, and I actually did a little bit of work with one of your fellow Lost and Found members. She herself being part of the Emerald Enclave. But let's just say Mulmaster is in place for outsiders, and well, I found myself on the outs, so seeking to still be of use. I know Flan, even though it is not my hometown, I just happened to have the misfortune to be visiting when that old dragon came along. I do feel like, well, there is strangeness afoot all around since that happened. Lots of cults going on in Mulmaster. I'm sure you've noticed the environment around here's not been looking too hot either. So when I got the go ahead to come over here and uh, work with Aya here and tell me that some folks from the Lost and Found were going to show up, I knew we were going to be in good company.
Well, first off, if you were there on that day and you're here now, might as well be a Flan native at this point, friend. We need what we can get on something like that. And glad to hear that Siren's still staying a bit busy with the Emerald Enclave. How are they doing right now? Well, I'll be honest. I've been out and about, kind of doing my own research last year, so I haven't seen much of anything, much less. Well, I did stop by Molemaster, but I'm sure you know they have requirements for magical users like me that I'm not too privy to. Not how I do business, you know.
Well, we must be in the same line of business because it wasn't my favorite either. As far as seeing Siren, though, it wasn't. The last time I saw her was back in Mulmaster itself. So all I know is that the Emerald Enclave has been busy putting out fires all over the Moon Seas. So I'm sure she's being of use somewhere as well.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right on that one. Well, shit, doesn't sound great to know everything isn't doing too hot out there as well as Flame, but yeah, gotta put out one fire at a time, I guess, right?
And as
Anyway,
you finish your sentence and begin taking your seats next to Jove, big tankard of dwarven whiskey in front of you. You look to the door. It swings open with a gust of wind. A large, towering figure enters in. Virgil, if you wouldn't mind describing yourself as you enter the scene.
Yeah, Virgil is a big old minotaur boy. Um, he, I mean, he's wearing your typical uh, guard's armor, as he's with the Lord's Alliance, which he proudly wears. His what did we say? My
It is a signet ring
that's
with the
right.
proud symbol of the Lord's Alliance, which is a crown with, I believe, a like a X underneath it. I'll find the
Yeah, so
actual.
you can see him proudly displaying that on his fingers, which are massive. Um, so it's a big piece of jewelry, so it's hard to keep your eyes off of it when he first shows up. Um, he has some scarring on his horns, but other than that, he doesn't seem to be too too battle worn. But yeah, just picture your typical Lord's Alliance guard armor, and that's what you got. Um, but yeah,
Give me a height. How tall are we talking? We pushing over 7 foot here or what?
I think I wrote that down at some point. Let's see, description is probably. Oh, I did not write it down. Yeah, so he would definitely. I think 7 foot is about right. So tall enough that you have to duck to enter any normal sized doors, but
Absolutely, you have to
he is
duck to
still
get into
medium
here.
sized. Yeah, he is still medium sized. So
Gotcha.
And Aya speaks up. Oh, perfect timing. The last member of our would-be troop. Virgil! Virgil, over here, please.
yeah. How you doing?
Quite well, now that I have the three of you in front of me. Where are my manners? Jove, Alder, this is Virgil, the representative of the Lord's Alliance.
How do you do, fellas?
does Alder recognize him at this point, or?
I would say, Alder, your experiences with Minotaurs is rare. You've really only met two Minotaurs. One was that captain who was in that prison during your time up at the Stogenau River. And this is only the second Minotaur you've ever met. And you know exactly who this is.
Well, no shit. Didn't we do a job some time ago, you and I?
Uh,
Virgil, go ahead and roll me insight.
I don't know about that. It's gonna have to be a high DC.
Oh, I know what DC it is.
How about a 1?
Uh,
Two with the -1.
you have absolutely no idea who this cat is.
Yeah.
Literally.
Did you spend any time in Waterdeep?
Well, I was in Flanford. I would not forget you, my friend. Oh,
Well-
man, it's been so long. I forget some of the details, but I remember you walking away from the group with wrangling and all at the end, and it seemed like
Oh,
you
you
had a
were
pretty
around.
good setup. I was.
I must say I don't remember any tabaxi around when we were making that decision, but
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's say I went through a few changes. I might have been a little bit of a smoldering fire genasi the time you saw me. It's a bit of a long story, but
oh, you're here.
yeah, the one and only Alder Chiskin.
Did you have some sort of procedure done, or
No, I got hit by an entire wave of chaos magic, and I kind of died a little bit in the process too. Let me tell you, your old group, we got up to some crazy stuff after you left. You maybe left at a good time, honestly, if you wanted to live the easy life.
Well, I don't know if I take the easy life as a compliment, but I do believe I got out at a time to be secure.
Fair enough. You're here now too, so obviously you don't want to take things too easy, right?
I try to set things right.
Fair enough.
Well, Virgil, I am just a halfling through and through. No brushes with death or transformation, so it's a pleasure to meet you. And any friend of Alders, any friends of the Lost and Found are friends of mine. So it's going to be a pleasure doing business with you.
I'm sure it will.
Well, with reunion's introductions out of the way, I believe all three of you have something to report to me. Let me ask. Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Jove! What have you recovered?
Well, we went out looking for those weapons and that Kekim fella, and we sure did find them. Was a, a bit of a flight out here. Me and Aquila were able to make good time. However, what we found was he had been taken prisoner by some orcs and goblin kin, and they had been, looks like, bringing in some of these wagons into an old wizard's abandoned tower. Luckily, we got the jump mostly on one of these wagons, and I found the since expired wizard's old familiar. And I had a little conversation with him. We were able to penetrate the fortress and make quick work of those orcs and goblins. I did find Kekim locked up in chains and got him out there quick. And he was talking about something about his daughter and having the gift of a vision or something. He's been kind of hard to follow. As we had to obviously roll that wagon back. It's a longer trip when you're not flying on the back of Aquila, and his health has been deteriorating pretty quickly. He's out in the wagon right now, and well, as far as his complicity in the disappearance of those weapons, that might be something that these kind folk around here have to talk to him about. I'll let him make his case for that. But that's the long and the short of it. Was orcs out there, and I believe he had intent to sell these weapons and just found himself in a dire situation. So that's what we found out in the woods.
Well, I'm happy to hear that you were successful in your endeavor. Virgil, how about yourself?
I got these, and I set the little box of those files of an elixir, wasn't it?
Holy water.
Holy water. Yes, I'll set that on the table.
What are these? They some.
These are the goods that were being traded.
All of that for vials of. She picks one up and looks at it. Holy water? Did he say why?
Yes. Something about some sort of ritual.
A shipment of weapons for orcs. Box of gems for vials of holy water. I don't understand. Well, is he in your custody, Virgil?
He is.
Wonderful. Be able to bring him in and ask him some questions at the very least. And you, Alder, what of my wand?
Well, got bad news about both your wand and your apprentice. As he opens up his pack and he'll grab the broken wand and the red scarf. Say, it wasn't too hard to find the trail on your boy. Was able to follow that for a couple days. And as I was following, I could see off in the mountains north of here some red lights glowing up. Looked like it was coming out of a cave or something. I tried to push as quick as I could through there, given it was a few days' journey. By the time I got there, well, I found this along the trail with the scarf as he holds it up. And when I got towards where the cave was, unfortunately, he didn't make it. This is what was left of the wand. It's pressed up against the wall, and it looks like wherever it was a cave to some number of creatures. I dealt with them, but I didn't get there in time for the boy.
Alder, you see Aya pick up the scarf and the wand. Elves are tricky. They don't particularly show strong feelings of emotion. They're more akin to amusement and disappointment than they are to joy or sorrow. But a clear downturn in Aya's mouth as she holds kind of the broken wand in Hershey's scarf. She takes the scarf and wraps it around a wrist, making kind of like a small band with it around her wrist, and takes the two broken pieces of the wand and says, "This always the problem with those who are adept in the arts. Messing around with powers they don't understand. Bright, talented, but with great magical knowledge comes great cost. Candle that burns brightest, burns fastest. I'm saddened at his loss. Thank you for returning this to me, but unfortunately appears the magic has been dissipated. Were you able to know why? Did he say anything? Was there any notes left behind? Anything left?
Hard to say. I will say when I surveyed the scene where I found him and the creatures, he was propped up against the end of the cave against the wall. I could only imagine that he was trying to fend them off. When I got there, though, the wand had already been broken. Whether that was the cause for the fire or if he had broken it trying to fend them off, I don't know, but the time I got there, it was too late to ask him questions, unfortunately.
Well, a shame to see such talent burn out so quickly. And we see kind of her compose herself once more. But unfortunately, we still have work to do. Jove, Virgil, would you mind gathering the rest of the Raja family and bringing them in? I believe we should ask them some questions. See if we can get to the bottom of all this.
Bill nods and gets up from the table to go out to the wagon.
Yeah, I'll get up as well and go out.
Alder follows with.
You all go out and see the large, the medium-sized wagon that Jove has hauled across. Its contents filled with a number of blades and weapons, all rather standard issue for kind of a hamlet militia this far out from the major cities of the Moonsea. Inside, you see Kekim resting next to a pile of these weapons. Older fellow, I believe he's got the green scarf still kind of wrapped around a clear sign, same make, exactly the same build as Hirsu's red scarf that is now in Aya's possession. Jove, you go and wake him, and he does come to, but it's like a never-ending, that kind of first 30 seconds you're up where you just like can't quite get your bearings, that barrier between sleep and reality not quite dissipating. But he is more than happy, Jove, after rescuing him, to get up and begin following you. You go over to Rillinen, who is posed out kind of by the trees, and looks apprehensive, Virgil, as you walk up to him, fully awake. So, how'd it go?
You're gonna have to come in. We are gonna ask you questions, but I'll always be there with you. She'll never have you alone.
No, it's okay, Virgil. You got it. And dutifully follows you back into the crossing inn. As you all make your way into the crossing inn, the small kind of troupe playing music never stops playing, but the atmosphere of the room changes. You see furrowed brows, hard glares, stiffening of shoulders. Romson gives kind of a side eye as he keeps his body turned towards his patrons, but his eyes clearly dart to look at the Raja family returning. The energy becomes tight and tense as you return with the two elder men of the Raja family. Aya, however, is unchanged by their appearance, seemingly actually a lessening of the shoulders for those of you more perceptive. A relief, at least, to see some of the Raja family return. As you can see, she absent-mindedly puts a hand to the red scarf now twisted around her wrist. Well, Kekim, Rillen, and welcome back. The two older men kind of nod as seats are pulled over. Romson Kyle moves another table over to give you guys kind of more space as you all sit down together. I wanted to start off by saying it is with deep condolences that I tell you about the passing of your nephew and your grandson. Whilst a folly on his part, it brings me no joy to have this scarf. And she unbounds it and offers it up. And you see Rillinen puts a hand on and says, For what it's worth, I know he fancies you greatly. Wanted to be a lot like you. Why don't you hold on to that? I'm sure he would have liked that a lot. She nods and reattaches it back to the wrist. My companions have done an exquisite job of bringing you back. And when we last spoke, I would have been naive to think that we would have been anything less than friends. But every single member of your family stole from these fine folk. You tarnished your record here. Now you have the benefit of these fine individuals, as she puts a hand out to you three, of bringing you back to the best of their abilities. Why have you done this? Jeopardize your relationship and the safety of all of these people here. And Keking goes to talk, and Relina kind of puts a hand out and says, We weren't trying to hurt anyone. We don't do this like petty thieves or for the coin. We do it because of my sister. Sybil, she does have the sight. Sees things before they happen. Knows things that can't be known. She says that a great evil is coming. One that we were not prepared for. I've seen her have these visions before. I know what it's like, but this was different. I swear it ripped the very color out of her hair. And so she tasked each one of us with gathering the supplies that we needed so that we could maybe stand a chance surviving of what's to come. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it will strike. But I believe my sister. And if she says it is coming, then it is coming. As he says these words, Jove, you specifically with your high passive, can't help but to feel like the sounds of the room get muted. The very fire burning in the center of the crossing inn seems almost strangled. The light shoots out, casting shadows in this kind of late afternoon you all find yourselves in. You can't help but to feel apprehensive over Relin's words. And where is Sybil? And Kekim and Rillinan look at each other for the moment. Rillinan looks to you, Virgil, looking for your approval, looking for that strength that you have shown him.
I nod to him.
He nods his head. Sybil is in the Quivering Forest. She said that there was someone in there that might be able to help us. That if we gathered all of these things and met and then all returned to the Quivering Forest, that she would be prepared for us. I believe she was looking for a spellcaster, someone named Jenny. If you're trying to find my sister, that's where you'd find her. And everybody at the table, go ahead and roll me history or arcana. Choice is yours.
So that's
12 history.
13 history.
15 history.
You all hear the name Jenny. Jove, not really ringing bells. Older. It does feel familiar. Someone called Jenny in the Quivering Forest, but the only person you can think of would be Jenny Greenteeth. And then Virgil, you come to the same conclusion as kind of an experienced wanderer. The only spellcaster in the Quivering Forest with the name Jenny would be Jenny Greenteeth. You know that they're mostly lots of, kind of like tall tales, kind of the witch in the woods. But as somebody who's spent plenty of time in the Moonsea, you know that Jenny Greenteeth is very much residing within the Quivering Forest. And typically, no good comes from knocking on Jenny's door. Well, if what you are all saying is true, then I believe a conversation with your sister is very much needed. Virgil, Alder, Jove. Our plans for Flan are coming into fruition. However, we're still waiting on a few more representatives from the harbors and from the... Oh, gosh. Silver Gauntlets. No. What is the name of that? Of Gelts. Help me out here, team. It's the Order of the Gauntlets.
Yeah.
If what they say is true, then it may interfere with our plans to retake Flan. Could I call upon you all to investigate this further, and to bring Sybil back here?
I reckon I can.
Well-
But. And he kind of looks over at her and just holds up 2 fingers. Can I get a second one to look at, please?
She kind of breathes in heavily through in and out of her nostrils. 2 it is.
Sounds fair to me. Getting far more knowledge out of this all than I expected.
But I get to choose the spells, once again.
Any 2 from your spell book. That'll do. But none of the basic stuff I would already know, you know?
Of course not, dear. And you, Jove.
I'd
And,
be happy to learn a little bit more about what's going on in the Quivering Forest, and frankly, just from my perspective, can learn any more about what's going on, and if it's connected with the environment about us. Would hate to have anything getting in our way of retaking Flan, so I think this is a logical and good step to take. And, besides that, I just spent some time back at home eating the good food and drinking the good drinks. So I've had my fill. I'm ready to get out and sleep in the muck again.
wonderful. And you, Virgil.
I'll undertake it, as long as you promise me that that these 2 can live free and not be held captive by you.
I will need them to stay here, but I promise they will be under my full protection. And you see Rillinen look up to you, Virgil. Once again, puts kind of a hand on Kekim's shoulder and holds his father close.
I'm going to give the guy that I was working with 20 gold.
And he looks up to you kind of bewildered. What?
I'll just whisper to him, stay safe.
Thank you, Virgil. You're a good man. Horns and all. Well, then I believe it is decided. Take the evening if you'd like. I believe some of you are quite familiar with the Quivering Forest.
Yeah, a little more familiar than I'd like to be, honestly. But that should help out when going through it, at the very least.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck. Alder, if you don't mind, I believe I do owe you 1 spell. Though,
Okay.
she looks at kind of the broken piece of her wand. It's going to be of a lesser value. since I have 2 pieces of a wand and no student.
Very well. Take your pick. I'll take a peek.
She opens up her spell book and um, pushes it towards you, and you see the spell Silvery Barbs. It's a level 1 enchantment spell. Are you familiar with the spell as Ryan?
I am not.
Silvery Barbs is a reaction spell of 60 feet, vocal and somatic components on that bad boy. When you see a creature make a attack roll, a check, or a saving throw, you may use your reaction to expend 1 spell slot at first level to make that creature roll with disadvantage and make them take the lower roll. Then you can choose a creature within range and give them advantage on their next roll.
Pretty
That's a
handy
fun
one to
spell.
have. Yeah,
It
pretty
is a
handy to
level
have.
1 spell. And if you would like, you may copy that into your spellbook for the right, of course, expenditure of money and materials.
Absolutely, I would love to do that. Yes.
If you'd like, go ahead and research that one. However, as Aya allows Alder some insight into her spellbook, the late afternoon / evening is yours, our would-be adventuring party, to do as you would like.
Jove would look over to Alder, and he is going to ask as Jove starts to pull a map out of his bag and says, "Well, Alder, I'm relatively familiar with the area of Flam, but haven't spent much time in this quivering forest, and from what I hear, it can be well home to spellcasters named Jenny Greenteeth, which doesn't exactly make me feel too good about nothing. So, if you don't mind, let's look over our path and make sure we're just taking the best direction that we can." And Joe's gonna try and like kind of talk with Alder, look over the maps that he has to try and figure out what's going to be the best paths to get them in there. And especially since Joe is not going to be able to do as much flying with a Keela, since he'll have a party to be traveling with. So Joe definitely wants to spend some time, kind of charting out a path for them for the next day.
Well, you're a real prepared one. You know, Xenotrim really could have used someone like you. I don't know exactly how the state of the family is over in Moldmaster. From what I hear, not as big, but it would have been silly if they didn't try to pick a brain like yours.
Well, I had some dealings with those folks. In fact, one of my companions was, initiated as a member, but Emerald Enclave is the place for me. Cities are a wilderness all in their own that I appreciate conquering, but spend most of my time out and about, and I think that's where I do best. As
Fair
far as
enough.
being prepared, well, to be completely honest, I hope you don't take no offense to this. This is more for yours and Virgil's and whoever else we're going to be traveling with benefit more than anything. Because, maybe once we get a couple of drinks in us, I'll introduce you to my good friend Akiva. Sometimes I don't like bringing her around because she can scare the local yokels sometimes.
All
And he'll
right.
kind of laugh and slap Alder on the back. But let's get the work out of the way first. And yeah, just we'll kind of take that time to figure out what's going to be the best way to get there, and also asking if because I think Jove would have heard the stories of Jenny Greenteeth and stuff, and trying to triangulate at least a an area in which to search.
Do you have like a map on you, or is there a map present?
Yes, I do. I spent money on regional maps when we were in Momaster,
Indeed.
um,
Can confirm.
so I do have that. So and Joe would pull that out and kind of have an area. Probably this map would, because Quivering Forest is pretty close to Flan itself, right?
Yeah, how about we'll
Yes.
consider, like,
Or
Joe,
am I
you've
missing that?
got, if you go over to our maps corner, like, that first map that I have there, you've got basically that map. You know all the big cities, the main trails, and everything. Alder's going to help you fill in, like, the second map, the Moonsea North.
Gotcha.
Beautiful. And yeah, I was gonna say Alder could definitely show. Now, I will have you know, if you've never been in the Quivering Forest, it's a doozy once you're in there. And right now, it's especially bad. Now, it was a grim place before everything went to shit with Flan, but well, I actually ventured through here to get here for our little get together, and let me tell you, it's more alive out here than it is in there. And that's saying something considering the state of things, right? And Alder would definitely at least be able to show him for sure, like the path that he would have roughly taken to get through, and like what he kind of came across.
As Jove and Alder are going over this, Virgil, you can't help but to point out that Alder is making a mistake. You remember your time in that first adventure in kind of the outlands of Flan. So, Virgil, you're able to kind of point out a couple of inconsistencies in that map and find kind of the real barrier where the Quivering Forest begins. It should save you the better part of about half a day. But as the evening draws on, is there anything anyone would like to do? As the late afternoon turns into evening, the weather outside blows hard with the cold winds. You can hear one kind of loose shutter slamming against the side of the building, which Romson Kyle has to go out to multiple times to fetter back down.
I guess Jove would go outside as it starts to get like, deeper into the night. And has probably had a few drinks, just wants to get some fresh air. And he remembers from before making his trip out and finding Kekium, getting a very strange feeling, just being outside at night, and he wants to see if he can observe that kind of being watched from the darkness feeling again. So he'll go out there and see if he can observe that.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
That's very good. All right, so we're looking at a 23.
Jove. You look into the darkness. The sounds of the tavern fade away. It's dark out here. The mists haven't let up through your whole journey. It's cold. The world turns to blacks and grays rather than the colorfully lit inside of the Crossing Inn. You look out into that darkness, scanning. You feel your shield resonating with you. You gather your senses. And as you peer into the darkness, for just the briefest of moments, you see what looks like the head of a full deer raise just on the outskirts of the light from the crossing inn. It looks to you, eyes darkened, gray almost. And in a heartbeat, you see for a brief moment leathery wings pass by, and the deer is gone. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The temperature drops rapidly. You feel the cold metal of your armor, your javelins, and your spear brush up against your skin. But all is quiet. Feel your stomach churn for a moment as the feeling passes. You are left back into the silence of the darkness. Even the sounds of the moon seas, waves lashing up against the docks, leaves you. The stillness of the night embraces you.
Yeah. Jove feels unsettled, even more so than the first time. And he will make his way back into the warmth of the inn. And if Virgil and Alder are still in the bar and still drinking, he'll kind of make his way towards them. This isn't like super late or anything, but would you guys still be there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alder would still be there.
And he'll kind of come and sit at the bar, motion for another drink from Ram, and he'll shoot this one back quickly and kind of click it down onto the bar top, and then look over at Alder and Virgil and say, I wasn't going to tell you all this, just because wasn't sure if it was just Shadows playing a trick on me, but when Aquila and I were out here the other night, before we went out and set out to catching, we felt something in the darkness, as if it was watching us, stalking us like a predator. And then the next night, after a day's flight, we found ourselves some dinner. Aquila chased down one of the largest deer that I'd ever seen. And when I was dressing it, I found rabbits in its stomach. I don't know how much you all know about deer, but they usually don't be eating rabbits. And now, just out there, could have swore I saw something catch my eye line, and it was like it's like the very fire in my belly had gone cold. And I saw wings. Something is happening. It shouldn't be like this part of the year. I know everything's out of sorts, Mole Master, Flan, here, but did you all see anything like that? Like nature itself being twisted out of shape in your travels around these parts the last couple days?
Uh,
What about you, Alder? When you were going through the the Quivering Forester. Well, Virgil, I don't know where you were hopping around, but seems to be in not just localized around here, but a few days march everywhere.
Yeah. uh, in the area that I was in, there was some trees that had taken almost sentience and were fighting back. I want to not really fighting back because we weren't fighting them in the first place, but ambushed us as I was dealing with what was going on out of nowhere. The environment around us just kind of caved in and got us from all sides.
Yeah. And over on my end, well, I did come across one thing in particular that stood out. I was taking refuge for a night in a cave, and I came across one of the woodland creatures I actually found the first time that I was here in that forest, but not in good shape. It was like it was almost frozen, stiff as a statue, in pain, anguish. I couldn't right tell. I investigated. I couldn't find what left him in such a sorry state. I tried taking a peek into his thoughts, just something I could do. I am a divination wizard, in fact. And when I tried to look in, all I saw was just darkness. But like an unsettling amount. Like not just no thoughts, but just a deep, deep darkness. Like I said, if I could tell you the nature of it, I would, but I couldn't find anything.
Well, I know this goes without saying, but I think we ought to be extra careful as we go about our journey. If nature itself is acting up in this way, not that we're in the heart of civilization out here, but once we get further in the thicket, well, whatever darkness is sinking its teeth into this land may be even more potent and powerful there. And speaking of abilities that we all have, Alder, I know from both seeing with my own two eyes and the reputation that precedes you that you are quite the talented wizard. But uh, Virgil, you've got quite the fine physique, but not quite sure what sort of abilities do you bring. I'm pretty good here with this shield and spear, and you'll all meet Aquila soon enough, and she's powerful in her own right. But Virgil, what sort of mastery, martial mastery, are you bringing?
I tend to keep myself in groups because I find myself to be a rather talented strategist. Uh, so I don't want to tell you what to do, but if I tell you what to do, it might be a good idea to listen.
Well, that's well heard. If we're going to be operating as a team, we got to be trusting each other. And I feel like with lungs as large as yours, it'll be hard not to hear you.
So, a strategist? Uh, what would you call yourself, Joe? Certainly a planner, right?
Oh yeah, I'm quite comfortable being called a ranger. Got that martial prowess, a little bit of magic to boot, and well, let's just say my faculties of perception and bushcraft are quite high.
Nice, nice. And then we have our resident scholar here as he puts his hand on his own chest. Now, granted, don't quite have all of what I did have back when things were operating as normal around here, right? Man, back when I had the library and the sanitarium to grab whatever I could. I could research anything for you guys, but the thirst, the knowledge, now that's still here in this noggin, right? So, this might just be the smartest group that I've ever adventured with.
You know what? I think I might be able to say the same.
Well, let's definitely keep our heads about ourselves going into this one, because everything about this reads bad news, friends, but, well, I guess we got downtown, right? And I do want to take a peek at that spell book.
Bad news is our business.
Uh, yeah, TMTM right there.
The night continues on. Alder, you spend some time with your spellbook. Jove, you have many fine drinks with Roms and Cal, joined by you by Virgil. But the evening does come. As you all bunker down, you hear the weather beginning to pick up, the sounds of a storm ever looming in the distance. But your dreams are pleasant, at least pleasant enough. As you awake to the next morning, the gray morning light seeping in to the shutters. You can already smell the ever-burning central fire of the Crossing Inn. Smell of eggs and a ever-revolving changing of meats being fried up in the morning. The day is yours. You see Aya off at her table, spellbook out, letters being written, blonde hair pulled back, uptight, in the high ponytail, a green and red dress adorning her.
Real quick, since it's a new day, I am just gonna do my important rolls real quick.
Of course.
So we got a 7 and an 8.
7 and 8. Heard.
Well, as everybody kind of gets up and has their hot breakfast and everything, he'll look at Virgil and Alder and say, "Well, I think I got a good route planned for us, and probably should get leaving before we lose any more daylight. That way we can get, uh, you know, some land between us and here and where we need to go. So, if there's any last minute things you need to do before we get on hauling, I'm all prepared for the travel. So, ready to leave when you are."
Well, I think I'm about good here. Got pretty much all stuff I tend to pack a little light. Most of the stuff that I use, well, it's on me. Much like you, Jove, when the time is right, I also have my things to show, and he'll actually let peek out just a couple of the adamantine claws that he has. Usually retracted, but you get kind of a glance at the sheen of that as he kind of pokes it out at you.
You see it touch the bar and leave 4 kind of distinct claw marks into it.
I sure could cast magic, but sometimes you just gotta get into a little bit of a scrap.
Ain't that the truth?
What about you all? Anything
And
else you need?
Joe,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jove.
I just need to settle up my tab here, and he will double the amount that he owes Rom's son, and kind of like stack that gold to to clear out the tab, and look him in the eye as he's kind of pushing that stack of gold over to him, and says, "Look, I think it's pretty important that this this Gur family stays, well, in good health. There are bigger things at work, so if hopefully this little bit of gold helps cool some tempers. And it's not really going to wait for a confirmation from him or anything. Just kind of push over the money and hop off the bar stool and start to gather up his things and go and wait outside.
As you hop off the bar stool, you feel a quick hand reach over and you feel one of your javelins get pulled out through your pack. You see Ramsound turns it in a hand and stabs it up next to that large great sword you see hanging above the bar and says, "That'll be as true as the day you come back to come pull out this javelin. Heard, Joe Featherfoot, heard." He pulls all, go ahead and mark off 10 gold pieces.
Gotcha.
So he pulls that on over, and you see it stick out, makes itself probably about a good 3-4 inches into the kind of upper part of the bar, hangs out stiffly across right next to the sword. It gives you a solid nod.
I'll kind of do a little 2-finger salute off the brow and says, "Until then, Rom."
Till then, Jove. Well, if there's nothing else left, I believe we make our journey towards the Quivering Forest. You'll head out into the gray morning daylight. The mists ever present. You look out towards the moon sea and see a silver gray reflection. But about after 100 feet or so, the mists consume what should be a rather beautiful visage of the wider part of the moon sea. Jove, go ahead and give me a, I assume you're leading this expedition to the Quivering Forest. Give me a survival check with advantage.
Sure. It's going to be an 18.
18. The first part of your journey is rather easy. It's following the Flan path back towards Flan before making a sharp detour north. I'm going to look at our map. As you get towards kind of the outsides of Thar, heading towards the Quivering Forest. As you all begin heading north, giving wide berth to the city of Flan, you all lay your eyes against it. As the morning turns into midday, the cold never breaks. What should be a warmer part of the day feels ever more biting. You see the large pustule that is the dragon lair of Organ Shorax. A briar-thicketed wall of thorns surrounds the city. The sky itself overcast with green plumes of noxious gas. The smell goes from a still, almost decaying forest to a sharp acrid stinging of the nostrils. Your lungs slightly burn as you pass near the city. You see parts of the Stoge now, and the Moonsea itself, a mottled green. And on one side you see a bright green fire burning the western side. The very thorns and barbs themselves growing, expanding, reaching being met by this ever-hungering green flame. As Virgil, you feel your entire face almost kind of go numb as you inhale these noxious fumes. Jove, you feel that churning in your gut once more as you look upon your former city. And Alder, you can't help but to feel that smile pull across the edges of your lips as you see the flames dance across the walls. You all kind of find yourselves off for a moment, taking in Flan, the lair of Organ Shorax, resting for the moment before heading on forward. Everybody go ahead and make me a perception check.
13.
13.
Passive 15.
Yeah, passive 17.
Virgil, the close proximity to Flan makes your eyes almost water as you breathe in this acrid smell. Alder, your eyes afflicts to the flame, and Jove, you look up to Alder. And you can't help but to notice that his eyes are the same color as those flames.
Mhm.
Jove, you have the moment. Go ahead and give me another survival check with advantage.
This is 16.
16. You continue to follow your charted path, heading north. The acrid smells of Flan begin to dissipate to the ruddy waters of the Stojanau. It's a wide river, at this junction as it begins to empty into the greater basin, of Flan itself. The current is strong, temperature cold. On the other side lies the quivering forest, a dense canopy of dark woods, a shadow running itself along the spine of the Stojanau, heading further north, farther than the eye can see. You'd gander that the river at this point is about 60 feet wide. But to avoid passing through Flan's territory, you have to make the trek across the river. The water seems cold, almost icy, for this point of the year. How do you all get across?
You said it's 60 feet wide.
About 60 feet wide, yeah.
You said it's icy?
It is indeed icy.
Can we tell
Like
the ice is?
cold, or there's
Like, that kind of in between where you can see almost like chunks of ice forming and heading downwards. Some only the size of a pebble, some larger, seemingly the size of almost like an anvil. Giving the water this kind of mottled appearance. Certainly not the warm, kind of inviting river it should be this late into summer.
as we're all standing there, you'll notice Jove kind of roll his shoulders back, and then as his back kind of arches, before it bends the other way, and you start to see this kind of flash of light and the smell of ionization in the air and kind of the taste of pennies on your tongue as there is little outbursts of lightning as this medium creature comes out of the small creature that is Jove from his spinal cord. You'll see Akila's claws first come through as she is birthed out of his back and into her material form. Her tail wagging back and forth, and as she stretches out her wings, uh, with that kind of icy blue form that she has on her scales before resting the wings on her back. And Joe kind of rolls his neck and says, Aquila, these are my friends, new friends Alder and Virgil. Once upon a time, Alder saved my life, so we're both in a great debt to him. And the two of you see Aquila for the first time now in her material form.
Alder and Virgil, do you guys speak Draconic?
No.
I can understand and speak all tongues currently.
That's great.
Smivas Boskron. As Alder, since you speak and hear all tongues, you hear, "It is a pleasure to meet you."
Well, pleasure's mine. Not often I see appearance like that.
Can you understand me? As Aquila looks over to you, Jove.
You could tell her that I do.
And then Joe will kind of look a little shocked and says, "Well, yeah, I guess he does share your tongue, our tongue. Well, that's a first."
And Aquila comes over to you, Alder. You guess that her wingspan is from end to end. You probably guess the better part is 7 or 8 feet. She stands on 4 legs, about almost eye level with you. Probably slightly shorter on all 4, but on 2 legs would be able to be taller than yourself. A wider head, blue scales, blue eyes, and as she comes near you, she... You smell like burning things.
That's one of the things that I do best, yes.
Is he speaking in Draconic back to her?
From what you hear, yes. It
Great.
comes out in this...
Perfect.
As Virgil, you also see Aquila, but from your size and stature, even on her 2 legs, probably not as tall as you are. Jove, Aquila looks to you. Roll me an insight check.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Jove, you know Aquila well. She smells something on Alder that she very much does not like. Instead of being pleasantly surprised by Alder's draconic tongue, she seems off-put. Her tail does no longer sweep side to side, it seems more stiff, as she returns back to your side. You can't help but to see Alder's green eyes reflected in her blue. She returns to you nonetheless.
Joe will definitely take note of that, but He's gonna file that one away for now and not say anything. Um, he'll look back over to the river, and just to be 100% clear, so there's like floating pieces of ice, or
There
it's
are
just very
indeed.
very cold,
There are indeed. You see floating pieces of ice.
with the largest being like how big?
Like the size of an anvil.
An ant, so pretty tiny, pretty tiny.
Like, enough to where if it hit you square on the chest, Jove, it would hit your whole chest.
Is there one close to the shoreline that Joe can like test with the back of the spear just to see how much weight it can take, or is it just like slide? Does it just immediately flip over and stuff like that?
Go ahead, make me attack roll with your spear or javelin.
Attack is an 11
An
with the
11.
spear.
You hit one of these pieces and it flips over.
Well, here's the problem, folks. Keela and I can just fly over this, but she's not going to be able to, nor would want to take you on her back. So we're gonna have to figure out a way. My first thought is, I've got some rope here, um, of us, securing a line on the other side to at least have something to pull on. But I don't think you're going to be able to get your footing very well on any of these ice blocks, and frankly, that's going to be some ice cold water. So uh, I'm uh, I'm kind of at a loss, though. That would at least keep any of us, ideally, from getting swept away. To have something to pull on and go from there. But Virgil, you got any ideas of how to ford this thing?
If you do send your friend there over and do the whole thing where we have the rope to pull across, we could catch ourselves the biggest ice cube we can find and use it as a water ski. As long as you're strong enough to pull yourself fast enough to keep the water tension high enough, the the ice cube that you're standing on should be able to hold you up. And then your two jobs are pull fast and don't fall off.
Not a bad plan, although I will say I'm not typically known for physical prowess with something like this.
But you have the advantage of having toenails, so you can dig into the ice a little better than either of us. So your only job is to pull fast.
I can pull fast, just don't know how strong, but
Speed is more important than strength. You're not trying to pull a boulder. You're just pulling yourself. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know about tabaxi, but from my experience, cats are of the lighter variety of animal.
it's true. And I won't lie, there was a part of me that did think if I could run across this fast enough before it starts breaking, but probably not the smartest of ideas. Jove, I would say definitely do take a rope with you when you go over. We're probably gonna need it. At least I don't want to take a risk. All right.
Even such, I've only got 50 feet, and we're on 60 feet. So if we're wanting to get across the span of all of this, unless you all got something that we can tie to this other end, uh, rope's only
Uh,
going to be available once you're in the water.
I also have 50 feet of hemp rope.
Well, there you go.
Let's tie a knot. Let's tie the
Yeah,
knot, Jove.
Jove.
Yeah.
Aw.
+1.
Yes.
Okay, so first things first. With that 100 foot, Jove will fly over, holding one end of the 100 feet, and he'll go onto the other side, and then stake it in using his because he's got like the climbing gear and whatnot. So he'll try and secure it over there, get it nice and taut, and then fly back over just to continue the conversation. So
Absolutely. With
as he
Aquila and your natural strength, it's easy enough to accomplish.
once he returns, him and Aquila, and he'll say, "Okay, well, we at least got our guideline for now. Um, tell me more about this. This, I think you said something about water ski or something like that. I'm having trouble visualizing of how that comes to fruition here, Virgil."
Have you ever been water skiing? It's an activity that we love to do down in water deep.
You know what? That's one of the local activities that I have neglected.
Well, it's a physics trick that I don't fully understand myself, but uh, it makes sense once you're up and going. So what happens is you get pulled up to a speed, and uh, have you ever tried to run your hand over the top of water really quickly?
Oh, tons of times.
You know that resistance that you feel?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you put your hand at an angle, what happens? It gets moved up, right?
Right, right, right.
Same thing would happen with this block of ice. We would just need to try and cut it down so it's flat and not necessarily a block. Or maybe we find one that's flat. And you get on it, and it's just like your hand in the water. You pull it along quickly, and it gets pushed up. Now, once it's on the surface, your weight's pushing it down into the water, but that tension that you're feeling is pushing it back up. So as long as you can pull fast enough to keep that tension high, you get floating. Now, down water deep, we'll sometimes have trained water critters, or maybe some speed boats if it's windy enough to pull you along. But here, all we've got is ourselves and this icy water, and your friend.
Well, we've only got I mean, it's not necessarily a clear path across, right? That's my only worry. I was thinking of something, even like if we could, you know, manage to somewhat balance, uh, and maybe this is where those claws come in handy for you, Alder, of essentially going fishing and having you hold on to one of these blocks and myself and Aquila start pulling from the other side to get you folks across. Uh,
We could do it both ways.
Granted,
I could be pulling my way while you're yanking your way, and while you're pulling it ashore, I'll just be pulling myself in.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Because you'll have the ground to stand on and get some traction, whereas I'll be slipping along the water. So it should provide double, of course. Maybe
And
not quite double, but
what part am I doing in all of this again?
your best. uh, Something that we could do
Well,
to
unless you got.
help clear the way is it's risky. It's risky, but I feel like a cat person doesn't weigh too much. I might be able to have you piggyback on me. I pull us both across on water while they're helping on the other side pulling. And you use your fireboy powers. You said you're a fireboy, right?
I am inclined to fire. Yes, you could say
All
that.
right. You know what's not inclined to fire? Icy water.
That's true.
So if we can start melting some of the ice around us, it'll cause less resistance as we pull across. Now that does make my job a little harder as I'll be pulling an extra individual, but like we said, cat people aren't necessarily the heaviest.
Well, if it makes you feel better, all you have to do is get me roughly halfway across, and I can take it from there and take care of myself. But I do need a little bit of a lift.
I don't know what that means, but I will do that.
It means that I can teleport a short distance, not enough to get across that whole thing, but you get me far enough, and I can. You can only have to carry yourself at that point.
Jove, would you and your friend be able to take over my armor so that way it's not weighing me down as much?
Certainly, we can do that. Get the packs over and make sure that we're not sinking like rocks as we're going through. And so yeah, Jove will start shuffling over their gear onto the other side just to make it easier for everybody.
Takes only one trip for Aquila to get over there.
Well, if there's nothing else, better get rocking.
All right. So, from my understanding, Jove, you're on the other side of the river, pulling them in. Virgil, Alder's gonna get on top of you. You're gonna get on a block of ice, and you're gonna try to pull yourself in while Jove is also pulling you. Do I got this right? And then Alder, you're gonna be using fire magic to make sure no big blocks of ice knock you guys off yours.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. Yeah, this can totally work. Jove, make me an athletics check. Virgil, make me an athletics check. And Alder, make me a spellcasting check.
So just
Jove got
my
18
spellcast
athletics.
modifier?
Yeah, proficiency plus spellcasting modifier.
20 athletics.
It's a 16.
16 spellcasting, 20 for Virgil. Joe, what was yours?
18 athletics.
The first 10 feet go smoothly as you feel that tautness on the rope between Virgil and Jove. You both are kind of almost in sync as you start pulling yourself across. Alder, you see kind of a large piece of ice coming to knock yours and Virgil's piece of ice out from underneath his feet, and you send a bolt of fire and dissipate the ice chunk. Let me get the same round of checks from all of you once again.
Oh, a natural 20.
11 athletic.
17.
Virgil, it's less of a strength, it's more of a balance as you start pulling your way through. The rope goes a strange, almost looseness to it, which starts to unbalance you. Alder, you're able to put kind of a bonfire and steady the water and the ice from burning through. Jove, you continue to pull. You catch the slack of that, pull it taut, and you're able to get Virgil and Alder another 10 feet through, planting your feet deep into the ground, getting a solid base. Let me get another round of checks from you all. You guys are about 20 feet out. The water churning by your ankles, bits of ice starting to rapidly go downstream all around you.
If we're 20 feet out, Alder, can't you teleport now?
I
30
The
feet, I
river-
believe.
It's 30 feet for Misty Step, I believe. Yeah. So, and it's a 60-foot cross, right?
Yep.
Oh, are we? Okay, we're 20 feet out from where we started.
Yes.
Okay.
You've moved 10 feet each successful round of rolls.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I got a natural 20. And
15 for Alder.
23 from Jove.
You guys get into a rhythm, and it moves you this round, not 10 feet, but 15 feet forward. You're about 25 feet from the shore. Alder, if you would like to use Misty Step, now would be time.
Alder absolutely will Misty Step, so he just kind of almost poofs with embers as he then teleports across, and landing right at the very edge of the river. He'll turn around and he'll begin kind of casting that bonfire as he starts to try and continue to make almost like a pathway for you, Virgil, as you go through. So he'll continue with the spellcast saves, but now
Alright.
across the river.
Let's have everybody make that round of rolls another time.
That's only a 10.
16 for Joe.
God giveth and God taketh away. That's a crit fail for a 6 on athletics.
no.
Jove, you continue to pull in Virgil. The weight lessens. Virgil and Alder. Alder, you put a bonfire out, but now since you're on the riverbank, your angle isn't quite right and allows a piece of rock to jut into Virgil. Virgil, the ice goes out from between your feet. You're able to hold on to the rope. However, you plunge deep into the water. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Day 1.
21. With your physique, you're able to stave off the shock of going from completely dry to ice cold wet in a single moment, and you're able to tighten your grip on the rope. You do not take a level of exhaustion, and you hold on to the rope. Let me have Virgil go ahead and make a. This is going to be Constitution saving throws from now on. Jove, make me an athletics check. And Alder, if you're going to continue spellcasting, go ahead and give me a spellcasting check.
25 athletics.
A 6 Constitution saving throw.
13 spellcasting.
Virgil, go ahead and take one level of exhaustion as your party pulls you onto the shores. Alder, you're able to use your fire to stop any large pieces of ice from hitting Virgil as he's pulled in. And Jove, you dig deep, put your shoulders to work, and pull your Minotaur ally out of the water. You've all, for the most part, safely made it across the river of the Stoge now.
Glad you made it across.
What time of
friend.
day is it, DM?
You'd say it's probably early afternoon, probably about 2 o'clock.
Gotcha.
As you see behind you the looming visage of the quivering forest.
It didn't not work.
Oh, yeah. Well, frankly, it worked better than I thought it was going to. So, hey, good goddamn, Virgil. You got some strength behind those arms. I like what I see. Uh, and you can also swim. I don't know why I thought that you couldn't, but hey, I'm glad that you do.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel my my muscles go stiff down there. It's pretty cold. I'm glad we didn't try swimming through because that would not have ended. It would not have ended in a good way.
No,
No,
I don't think so either.
By the way, I may have to take the dip. Need a light or something? You must be pretty cold. And Alder kind of like engulfs his hand in flame to be kind of like a walking bonfire of sorts.
I appreciate it, but I think I can wait until we find where we're gonna settle down. I'll dry off naturally.
He kind of wipes away the flame as if it was water on his own skin. Suit yourself then. Guess we'll keep moving.
Jove, go ahead and make me that survival check.
It's going to be a 14.
You enter into the quivering forest. The canopy so heavy that it blots out any of the kind of falling sun. The woods are quiet. The sound of the wind wailing in between the trees. The trees should be in full foliage right now. But they look thin, almost gaunt for vegetation. Their branches seem sharper. The bark seems mottled, while the branches pierce out like sharp fingertips. The tree trunks themselves almost seem to be peeling away. And while the canopy of trees certainly cuts the wind, the cold never dissipates. Instead of the hot breath of a summer forest greeting you, you feel the sharp, brisk, cold exhale of a winter's forest. The light becomes nearly non-existent, almost alien, as you traverse deeper into the quivering forest. You see no small game, no packs of deers and other fauna, only the occasional lone howl of a predator far off to the distance. Joe, go ahead and give me another survival check.
It's a 16.
16. As the evening rapidly approaches, you find yourself in a familiar clearing, Jove. The frigid mouth of an underground cave beneath a rapidly rotting large tree. You find yourself in the same place, the same abandoned fey realm of your once woodland companion. You had the opportunity to either push deeper into the woods, into the evening, or rest in this macabre place once again. What would
He'll
you like
look
to do?
back at the party and look to Virgil in particular and say, I don't like the looks of this place, but maybe the best we can get as far as bunking down for the night. It's either doing this or pushing on, but Virgil, know you took that spill and it's been a long day's ruck, so what do y'all feel? We warm our feet here or keep going?
Well, I mean, I feel fine pushing forward if that seems like the plan. Don't feel like you need to hold anything up just for me.
Well, technically I can keep my feet warm wherever I need to go, but I mean, I could push forward if we need to on this one. I gotta say, I mean, while the rest is nice, I don't know if it's gonna be nice whether we stay here or go forward.
It's true. And DM, are you saying that I've been to this particular clearing, or just that it gives me spooks like another one?
You know, it does give you the spooks. I should say that's a failure on my part. Alder, you recognize this spot as very well. My bad. That's on me. Joe, you find a solid clearing. Alder, you're very familiar with this clearing. That's my mistake.
Gotcha. Now, I will say I did stay here one night. It was not a sound sleep, but I slept. Take it as you will. But my friend I was mentioning earlier, he's located here if you want to take a look at him.
Well, if this is familiar territory, that could be good. And your tell me more about your friend.
Well, I can show you if you want to take a look right here. But like I said, when I found him, it's almost like just petrified. Seemed to be in pain, anguish, but no response. Nothing coming out of him.
Well, yeah, let me see.
Sure.
Take me to him.
All right. Alder will lead him over to that cave and deep inside.
You enter into the cave, going beneath the tree, um, beneath the large roots of this ever deteriorating, rotting tree. You see kind of a large, wide, underground cavern. In the center of it, you see a strangely humanoid visage. The roots of this odd, dryad looking tree figure have turned almost to stone, blackened and hardened, almost looking kind of like onyx, as the trunk and the chest of this creature has turned a complete black, and the hands reach out as broken bristle branches, seemingly clawing towards the surface. The vaguely humanoid face twisted, almost like the stranger's painting, into a abject cry of pain. The air in here smells deeply of rot and decay. But it is still and quiet.
Oh shit! I don't think I've seen anything like that before.
Yeah, you and me both. I thought about
You,
poss- I thought about if there was any sort of growth on him, burning away the branches, but I feel like that's probably not a safe idea.
and you said you tried to peer into his mind, and there was nothing there, or a darkness.
Darker than this cave, eerier too. Again, I've, I mean, there's such thing as, no one having thoughts on their mind. Usually kind of a staticky feeling, but this was something much deeper. That's at least the feeling I got out of it.
Joe's gonna break out his hunting knife, and in the kind of woody features that you mentioned, DM, he's gonna try and kind of cut down and see if it's actually wood, if there's any sap or anything that's coming out of there, if it breaks off just like dead wood, or if there's, the lifeblood of a creature still in there.
You cut off part of one of these branches. Its texture is of like a rotting piece of wood. And as you clip off a piece of this branch, there is a long, mournful as you do.
Well, shit. Sorry, friend. I guess that answers that. Well, whatever happened to this poor fella? Don't know if I want to happen to me. Yeesh. think there's a matter of mercy to be discussed here.
It's a pretty awful way to go. I guess they ain't even gone yet. That just makes it worse, really. Sorry, friend. I wish there was more I could do for you, but your guess is as good as mine on that one. Put him out of his misery, but I don't know.
Whatever he saw in here, or whatever did this, I don't want to be here when it comes back.
Would you believe I stayed the night in this place? I mean, I stayed up as long as I could. I'll tell you that much. But
Well,
if you,
I guess it's
yeah, if you boys aren't feeling it, then we could keep pressing on ahead.
no. I think if we're gonna, this is the closest thing that we're gonna get to at least a safe night's sleep. At least we have our backs to something, even if it is this creepy fella. Suppose we can take shifts and do that whole thing. What do you say, Virgil? So, did enough work today. Start
Sure.
fresh tomorrow.
If you're both ready to turn in, I will gladly stop.
And Jove will nod and start to kind of set up camp, keeping a close eye on the poor fella, and yeah, begin to making progress towards going to sleep.
Jove, and then later the rest of the party, you notice that from that cutting you took, there's almost this dark sap-like ichor, depending on who you ask, that never seems to stop flowing from the cut. What do you all do for dinner?
Joe still has his jerky kind of shit that he made from that big kill from a couple of days ago, so he'll have that as rations and offer it up. I'm sure Aquila would have wanted to go hunting, but it doesn't sound like there's good pickings out there, anyways.
Go ahead and roll a survival check with the Keela stats.
Nat 20.
Aquila drags in 2 rabbits and bemoans, Jove, the hunting here. Everything is dead, quiet. Hardly worth a thing. As she eats one of the rabbits whole.
I think this forest is sick. I think the land itself is sick. And we're seeing that borne out. The flora and the fauna and the way this place is changing. Looks like not only the plants and animals, but people too. And yeah, let's keep an eye on that. And Jove will point to the kind of the oozing ichor. Yeah, would hate for that to I don't know, go up in flames or something like that. Holler, I don't know if there's any magical shit you can think of, or I don't know, scholarly stuff. But yeah, I guess we're eating rations tonight, boys, and we'll hand some out to Virgil and Alder.
It's not my first night eating rations.
Yep, believe it or not, I've actually been kind of living off of some rough terrain over the last year, so it's nothing too out of the ordinary for me. And as for that and what's going on there, don't know if I have something that I could use to plug it up. Normally I just cauterize it, but I'm worried I'd set the whole thing on fire.
Alder, make me a charisma check. Sorry, a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw?
Oh God.
That is a 5.
You say these words as you all watch Alder go up to this dryad figure encased in rotting stone. You see a bit of green flame dance down his hand as he reaches up, and as he says the words, "But I am a bit afraid of the fire." The figure takes to green flame. A hazy smoke drifts down. You all inhale. You feel coughing in your lungs. As all three of you feel the world turn to black. It's dark. Like being in the cave without any sort of a light source. You all see this twisted figure. As the same dryad that you see turning into stone into rotting tree cracks open with an amber light. It shines, illuminating your vision. And you see 4 figures. Some feminine, some masculine, some grotesque. Each one holding an object. Powder box, a glove, a comb, and a mirror. The amber light shines through, ever brighter. Virgil, you see a woman with a purple blindfold. Beneath it, you see 2 pools of black ichor run down her face. You see her turn gray, then skeletal, before you see her fade, almost blowing in the wind like ashes from a fire. Jove, you see a brass dragon. Green flames drip from its mouth. And you get this sharp sense of recognition. You see this brass dragon with this green flames dripping from its mouth crawl into that place in between your shoulders. Alder. In your vision, you are the brass dragon. You crawl into Joe's shoulders. You feel yourself burn. You watch Jove burn. And from the ashes comes laughter. You all awake in the same spot you were standing the night before. The dryad-like creature in the center. Nothing but ashes. The strong smell of burning wood. In a cold winter's morning, brush into the cave.
everybody in one piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we should move on from this place. Whatever unholy dark shit that was. Don't want none more of it.
Yeah, I reckon there's nothing left for us here at this point, so grabbing things. I say we take off.
Everyone go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
21.
17.
19. Or actually, that's a 20, but a dirty 20.
You all pass. Virgil, go ahead and mark off 1 point of exhaustion. You are back to full strength. You all exit from the Dryad's tomb, as we will come to call it now. You know that it should be a bleary morning's day. Between the coverage of the quivering forest and the pale light that ekes through the clouds, the mists ever darkening behind you, it feels like it could be the dead of night. You look back towards the way you came, and no more than 30 feet away, you see a wall of dark mists, ever hungering towards your position. As Jove, you look towards your path ahead. It seems to be the only place the mists do not consume. Go ahead and give me that survival check.
It's an 18.
19. The quivering forest is rife with dangers at the best of times. And the aura and the strangeness that permeates the land only makes the forest more terrifying. The eerie silence of the forest is broken up with squirrels, rugged fur, that hurl rotted acorns and screech at you from the treetops. The rolling mist passes over the underbrush, seeming to make its move of its own accord. The creaking of the trees in the wind sounds like low laughter. You all sense that you are being watched. You're just not sure by whom or by what. As you travel through the dense canopy of the quivering forest, Jove, you're the first to spot it. Pairs of eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Low to the ground. You see green and brown fur, ever so cleverly hidden in between the brushes. You stop, having the moment to look back at your allies. You've been surrounded. What would you like to do?
Jove will kind of stop and make eye contact with Alder and Virgil and look around and try and, kind of through hand signals or just nonverbal communication, show, if they have not already seen, the pairs of eyes in the tree line. And since he hadn't done this today yet, he is going to call forth Aquila.
Jove, give me a performance check. Virgil and Alder, give me an insight check.
Oh, performance is a 6.
7. I beat your performance with my insight. Haha.
Ah!
That's how that works,
Uh-huh.
right?
That is a 23 insight for Alder.
Virgil, you have no idea what Jove is doing because you're more distracted by the dragon that comes out of his shoulder blades. Alder, you're not sure what's going on with Joe, but what it does alarm you too is the fact that you need to turn around. And as you do, you see 4 elven figures emerge behind you, bows drawn, and elven words begin to spill from their lips. Does anybody speak elven?
Joe does.
I do, technically.
So, Alder, you hear in a heavily wood elf accent. Jove, you understanding as well. Drop your weapons now. As from the underbrush, as the 4 of you are back to back to back, Alder and Jove, or Aquila and Jove in the front, Virgil and Alder in the back. 4 elven hounds. Go ahead and everybody roll me history real quick. I'm sorry, can I have that again?
That was 5 from Jove.
18.
A 24 from Alder.
Alder and Virgil, you recognize these as kushis. They are wood elf hunting dogs. Alder, I will also say you recognize these elves as elves of Greenhall, the elven clan that resides within the Quivering Forest. Their actual settlement being called Greenhall. Virgil, I'll say that you recognize that the hounds that come forward seem to be apprehensive. They don't seem well trained. Or if they are, they seem to be concerned. With Alder, you understanding immediately that you are speaking to the elves of Greenhall. Sit your weapons down. And we may leave you alive. You hear one of the elves call out to you. Jove and Alder understanding the words.
I'm gonna take my weapon off my back and set it on the ground. I'm like, I don't need to speak their language to know what they're saying. And I put my hands up. They're playing my song. The butterflies fly away.
Alder and Jove, with your understanding of Elvish, go ahead and roll me insight.
Insight, you said?
16 from Joe.
16.
That's a 21 from Alder.
Jove, you hear beneath the words malice. Unbridled malice. Alder, you've dealt with the elves of Greenhall before. They didn't insult you even once. These are not elves willing to talk. These are elves looking for blood. and you feel your veins go cold as you see Virgil place his weapons down. Alder and Jove, I will give you 1 round to decide what you would like to do.
Virgil, you unexplained, but you just feel a psychic link and connection, and you hear Alder's voice tell you, they're not who they say they are. You might want to pick that thing back up.
Virgil, how do you respond? You feel this channel in your mind open up. And I will say, with your kind of history of bodyguarding, you know a psychic channel when it opens up to you. Not the first time.
I've also ventured with him before. It might not be the same him, and he's certainly changed quite a bit, but I know, I would know that he can do this type of thing. I'm going to not move my head or anything, but I'm going to rotate my foot so it's clear that I'm taking a stance to move forward. And I'll just ready myself to bend down, pick my weapon up, and charge forward. I guess we're doing a held action, just bend down, pick my weapon up with the intention of charging forward once anybody moves.
Heard. Jove, what do you do in this moment?
Jove goes to like feign kind of putting down his weapons. Like he'll kind of hold them out, his shield and his spear, and he'll start to kind of go low, like he's going to put them on the ground. But really, what he is doing is kind of body blocking as best as he can Aquila, and Aquila will kind of jump off of his back and take flight. Um, as Jove readies himself to face these guys.
As Aquila takes flight, everybody go ahead and take a quick, 5-10 minute break, as we'll call it right there. And then as soon as we jump back into it, we'll go into initiative.
Hail yeah.
All right, chat. We're going into intermission. Welcome back. Thanks, everybody. Well, let's get those initiative rolls in our initiative chat, shall we?
We have a whole chat for initiative now?
Yeah.
Wait, we do?
Yeah, it's an initiative. I have general, haunted memes, maps, lore, and Fred Burger.
Oh, I do see the initiative one now. Okay.
Yes, I made a whole channel just for memes.
Wow. Does the jockey music bot not like the Fred Burger chat?
Yeah,
I
some
noticed you posting the music in general. I was wondering if it had to if the name had to match the voice channel that it was gonna be in or something.
I had to do some of the stuff in general when I first got it set up, and then now that we're past that, it's all in the Fred Burger chat. And I won't change the Fred Burger chat, even if it is JockeyBot. Thank you, JockeyBot. All right, 21, 9, 20. Good rolls. $21, 20, and 9. All right, first up is Jove. You see, to set the scene, actually, I've got a map for this. Hold on.
A map.
I've got a map. There we go. So I'll check into maps. The Quivering Forest fights. So, you guys are in the very center. Jove, Aquila, Virgil, Alder. In a nice little tight little four square right there. Jove, about 20 feet in front of you. You see the 4 elven hounds. And then Alder, about 10 feet from you, you see 4 elven scouts. Bows raised. Go ahead, Jove.
Are either of those groups obscured
It
as far as
is.
like having cover?
No, they do not have cover.
Okay. Um, yes. So first off, Jove will look at the elves, pick one of the elves, use his bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark. And then he's gonna throw a javelin at him.
You got it.
So this first one is going to be a 15.
A 15. That's. Will hit.
Beautiful. As Aquila is kind of jumping off of his back, she will use her reaction to empower this with an extra d6 of lightning. So with the Hunter's Mark, this will be 3d6. We are looking at 15 damage, 4 of that being lightning.
15, you say?
Yes.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Oh, just like, yeah, like he like that person is, I imagine, kind of bladed themselves back as they are stride out that bow, and Jove is just going to pierce like right through the ribs. Like it's amazing that he even misses the bow and just like straight like Jesus style into the ribs. Gets that first one, and it is quickly followed up by a second javelin to whoever is next to that.
Yes, you all
And
see
that would be
Jove
individual.
spin around. javelin in hand, and pierces it through one of these elves. The elves' eyes look out towards you, Job, and you see that they are blackened, the veins of them almost stretching out towards the face. Instead of the beautiful, symmetrical elven features, you see them asymmetrical and mottled. The eyes incredibly blackened.
Hate that.
Hmm.
The second javelin is a 12 for the person next to him.
The person next to him, after seeing you pierce a javelin through their companion, sees your second one coming and steps off to the side, turning their body thin as it shoots past them.
Okay. Then, I think at this point, Joe's got 30 feet of movement, so he can close the gap, right?
From where you're standing, yeah.
Yeah, Jove will then close the gap on the one that he just missed. And then Aquila, on her turn, as she bounces off of his back, will fly up. Uh, kind of, she'll go 20 feet forward, 20 feet up for a total of 40. So she kind of has a good angle on Jove as he is going into engage. And then she takes her. Um, yes, since I use my bonus action, she automatically takes the dodge action. And that'll be her
Heard.
turn.
Next is the hound. I'll say, Joe, with your passive perception, you see that each one of the hounds seems to have a unique trinket on them, matched only by one of the elves behind them. One of the hounds, after watching you throw a javelin through them, begins to run off into kind of the forest surrounds with nobody to command them, sprints off. However, the second hound will charge forward and make a bite attack against you, Jove. Make me a strength saving throw.
I got an 18.
An 18, that will pass. However, does a 20 hit?
A 20 does hit.
You take 3 points of piercing damage as one of the Kushis, as they are called, runs forward and bites into your shin.
He barely notices.
Heard. Next is Alder.
Okay, so was Jove attacking the ones that have the bows drawn?
Yes, he did kill one of the elves, the bow drawn, and is currently being bitten by one of the hounds.
How far away are the ones with the bows then from me?
From you, about 20 feet.
About 20 feet?
10 feet, sorry. You're in the back.
Oh, 10 feet, 10 feet. Okay. Alder would reposition to make sure the party's not in front of him if he needs to. And walking towards them, he'd have his hands up and say, Now, I'm unarmed. How about you put down yours? As he then points his fingers towards them and casts Burning Hands at a 3rd level, so please make me some dex saves.
Alright, you'll catch 2 of them. I'll make the dex saves. Actually, you're at the 10 feet. You get 3. Well played. That is a 23, a 22, and a 5.
The first 2 save.
Heard.
And the first one fails. And they will take 24 fire.
Ooh. The one that passes is heavily burnt. What happens to the other 2, Alder? With your green flames?
The other 2, yeah, he points, and that green flame shoots out of his eyes and begins to swirl around his fingers as they then shoot out almost like a slicing beam of fire that goes through him. So the ones that save, they've got like a big scorch, but the one who didn't, it cleaves straight through him, like cauterized, essentially.
Like Darth Maul in Phantom Menace. Just cuts him straight in half.
Yup.
Alright, that's those two dudes. Well, that's the one guy who failed. 2 succeeded. Looking rough. That takes us on down to one of the hounds and one of the scouts. The hound is gonna bound across and bite you, Older. That's gonna be a 9.
Does not hit.
As the one of the scouts takes aim at you, Older, for launching those flames. It's gonna be a 16.
Do hit.
16 hits. All right, that's going to be bow. Oof. It's going to be 9 points of piercing.
Ouchies.
After that one is a scout and a dog once again. All right. Then the next dog's going to come over to you, Jove, and use its pack tactics to get advantage. It's going to be a 20.
Hits.
All right. You take 3 points of piercing damage as the second dog bites onto your other leg. And then Alder, a 21 to hit.
That sure do.
And it's the other one who has survived your barrage. Sends a arrow your way. Oh,
Disadvantage. Is he within 5 feet of me?
yes he is.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Hey.
That's only a 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Virgil, you grab Older with your free hand and pull him over towards you, moving him out of the way of the arrow strike. All right, Virgil, speaking of which, it's your move.
All right. Kind of set the scene for me as our strategist. A lot
So,
of my stuff relies on who's where.
you see
I have a
two
little Microsoft Paint up of where everybody could be.
directly behind you is Jove. He's got 2 hounds biting each one of his shins. 10 feet out from Jove is a third hound waiting to strike, who has not moved yet. From in front of you, you see one dead elf with a javelin struck straight through their chest into the heart. You see a second elf, 10 feet from Alder, who is cut completely in half, cauterized on the top and bottom. And then you see 2 elves about 10 feet out from you, who have just fired bow shots into Alder, each pulling back to draw another one. Each one of them heavily burned from Alder's initial strike. That is the scene.
Okay. Jove, do you do like just javelins, or do you do some melee stuff too? Do you prefer to keep your distance?
No, Jove is proficient with his spear as well and enjoys being up in the mix.
Okay.
Oh, and Akila's 20 feet above you.
Yes, she's flying 20 feet above.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go up to one of the dogs. I'm gonna smash it with my war pick,
Let's see it.
and it's silvered.
Oh, good to know.
For 21.
That'll hit.
Okay. 1d8 plus 3. And then I'm going to also use one of my superiority dice to do a rally.
Rally.
Actually no, that's as a bonus action. As part of the attack, I'm gonna do a maneuvering attack. I'm going to roll my superiority dice, which is the 8. Add to the damage roll. Okay. 3 plus 7 plus 3, so that's 13 piercing damage. And I shout at Jove. I say, "Take out the Rangers. I got Alder." And you can use your reaction to use your reaction to move half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks from the target of my attack. So I'll attack the dog that's on Jove.
So in order, Virgil, how would you like to do this?
I'm just gonna like run up beside him and then just like swing it into the head of the dog, and then just with my pick still in there, kind of holding it off, I just turn to him and I say, "Go take out the Rangers," and I'm gonna like whip it out and turn around and start looking at the dogs that are on Alder.
Absolutely. You swing the pickaxe. It drives deep into the head of this first hound, pinning it into the ground, allowing you to move yourself in front of Jove, pulling out the pickaxe, readying yourself once again. Jove, you have 15 feet of movement. Where would you like to go?
So there's still one dog that's kind of like waiting, right? That's
In
hasn't engaged us.
indeed.
Gotcha. So I guess Jove is gonna try and like use his with that reaction. He'll have 15 feet of movement. Um, he is going to strafe out, so he still has line of sight on the elf ranger. And even so, if he has to go out into the clearing more to do that, he will do so. He just wants to have space to be able to chuck a couple of javelins at him.
Easy enough, you do. All right, with Joe 15 feet out, Virgil in position and with the attack swung. What else do you got?
Got an action surge. And so I'll go up to one of the dogs on Alder. How many dogs are there left over here?
It was actually 2 dogs on Jove, none on Alder.
None on Alder. Okay. Well then he could have taken opportunity attacks from those. It's just the target of my attack that he's immune to that from.
Well, then in that case, Jove, as you lead, nope, that's a 13.
No, yeah.
Misses the attack of opportunity.
Okay. So how many are there left? Is it 1 or 2?
There are 2 dogs
Two left,
and 2 scouts.
Gotcha. So I'm going to use my action surge to I'm gonna do it again. So I'm gonna swing at one of the dogs with my war pick, and that is a 11 to hit.
That hits.
Nice. It does 4 plus 7 plus 3, so it's 14 piercing to the dog, and I use another superiority die.
Before you do so, how would you like to do this?
So now I'm facing them, spreading myself. I'm gonna like, as I'm turning, I'm gonna turn my horns into one of the dogs and kind of like push it off balance. And while it's like, its neck is showing, I'm just gonna like shove the pick into its throat that got exposed, and kind of toss it to the side in the same motion. And I'm gonna just shout out to Jove. I say, "Keep going." So you get another 15 feet.
Yeah. Then he will continue. I'll make sure that he can get sight of the 2 that are left and have the good angle for it.
With a whole
So that's
30
how
feet,
he'll use.
you're in perfect shot.
Cool. And then I will end my turn there.
Leaves that
There's no
last.
dogs on altar. I don't need to rally them.
Ah, there's that last dog who will see you, Virgil, and will run on over to make a bite. Will an 8 do?
No. Believe it or not, I am wearing some armor.
8 will not do. That brings us back to the top with Jove.
Yeah. Jove is going to target the one that is not mostly burnt first. Uses bonus action to move the hunter's mark to that one. Because there's one that hasn't been damaged at all, right?
Both of the elves have been fire damaged.
Okay, well then he'll just pick one of them. Cast or move Hunter's Mark with that bonus action. He will let this go. That is going to be a 14 for the javelin.
Meets beats.
Hell yeah, Batman. Okay, so he's gonna do 2d6. Oh, almost maxed. We are looking at 16 piercing.
How do I do this?
Yeah, I feel like they are, as they're kind of like roaring back in pain from getting fucking mostly incinerated. This is almost an act of mercy as just Jove right, just like right in the pocket, just gets broadside in the chest with a javelin and just knocks that elf straight to the ground, with just a one last big wheeze from that.
And as their body hits the ground cold, what else she got?
A second javelin that is now going towards the remaining elf, and that one is only a 12.
That will not hit as it turns its body sideways and dodges the javelin.
Um, Jove will stay put, and Aquila will move so she is in within 30 feet of everybody on our teams. I think where she is pretty close to that. So
Indeed.
cool. That's our turn.
Then it is Alder.
Alrighty, Alder will more of that green flame kind of swirls around and forms to kind of like hanging flames around him, and he'll make one point towards the archer and another towards the last dog that's remaining, as he will cast Eldritch Blast with one blast going towards each.
Indeed. Go ahead and roll.
Mm-hmm. For the archer, he will go ahead and use one of his portent rolls of 8 plus spellcasting. That puts it at 15, which I believe hits.
Indeed.
Nice. So he will take a hit, and then we'll roll for the other one for the dog. Does a 25 hit, Captain?
That will also hit.
Beautiful. I will roll the damage. Let's see. Okay. Wood Elf friend is gonna take 9 force damage, and the dog will take 5 force damage.
How do you want to do this for both?
For both. Oh. it's the green flame coming out and just kind of consuming it essentially. So like they start out as just the flames, and like with a snap of the finger they both go out in their own separate way, and like as they make contact, it starts small, but it just spirals up and just envelops them as it almost takes the flame of their life away from them, right? It's just collecting that flame as it consumes until they are literally just ash, right? It's just eating them up.
As they both turn to ash immediately, watching it like a snapshot of real time as both lives are snuffed. We are out of initiative.
Yay.
Jove wants to approach the body of one of the less burned. Perhaps that first one that Jove kills. He goes to retrieve his javelin, and then he wants to take a closer look. You mentioned that they looked kind of corrupted in some way, so Jove wants to examine that further.
Roll me a medicine check.
That's a 5.
You notice the dark eyes and the almost decaying veins leading out from them, but besides that, Jove, they appear to be your typical elven bodies.
Like they're bleeding. normal blood and everything.
Dark in this light, but yes, blood for sure.
Jove will call over to Alder and kind of as he's standing over the body, kind of point out some of those features that he noticed and say, "Yeah, this is kind of reminds me a bit of the corruption I saw on that deer I was telling you all about. Whatever got to these folks, I don't know what it is, but you said you spent some time here in the Quivering Forest. You know it as a home to Wood Elves?
I do, and I can tell you they were far kinder the last time I was there. This is, if they are who they say they were, this is quite out of the ordinary from what I saw. Matches what you were saying, at least. I get
Well, everything's odd about this situation. I mean, look at it out right now. It's like I can only describe it as ghastly.
I
I
agree.
wasn't expecting a place called the Quivering Forest to be, well, necessarily awesome, but I'm starting to feel a bit of that quiver myself.
Well, like I said, it wasn't friendly before, but you at least had some friendly faces. Well, yeah, this is it's a different type of feeling in this forest now. That's to say the least. But anything else on him? Anything else identifying him, or anything we can use?
Joe, roll an investigation check.
Here, Alder.
Are you talking to Joe Veralder?
Joe, please.
Investigation is a 9.
You find on that singular wood elf a purple pendant across their neck, made of alder. You recognize it as Morcant burl wood, a difficult wood to work with and of some value.
Well, just whatever this is.
Well, when I
You
know the
recognize this at all?
yeah, well, the material's pretty tough to work with. It's a rare kind of wood. Think it would fetch a price. Don't know who's going to be selling anything out here, but might want to hold on to it if you want yourself a little trinket to sell later.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it might not be bad to have on our person. Well,
Well, he's not going to be
probably
needing it,
should.
friend.
No, neither are they. Yeah, I heard about the hot hands of Alder, but wow, that's something else.
Yeah, that's a little trick. Uh, don't tend to use it unless, well, unless the feeling's right, with the green flame on that one. But, well, seeing as we were at risk, it's one of the right times to let that out, per se.
Well, speaking of risk, we probably caused a little hubbub here. Sure, if they had any friends waiting around, we'll be missing them here soon, so we probably should get a move on and ought to be extra careful now that we know uh, there's unfriendlies here.
I would agree. And I was careful not to use the loud spells, just for that reason. Alright, let's gather our stuff.
Man,
Virgil, was there anything on those dogs of note? Or anything about them?
No, no gold pouches or anything. They seem to be dogs.
Well, I meant anything with them
Joe
permanent, but
bless.
Well, shit, if you found gold on them, you should tell us right away, man. Or I understand if you wouldn't. But, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't really see anything too different about them than just being dogs.
Jove, go ahead and give me a survival check.
That is only a 6, monsieur.
6. The next part of the journey is difficult. The foliage becomes almost insurmountable at times. Walls of trees block you. You find yourself listing off your chosen path at many times. There becomes a point, probably about 2 hours treading in, where, Jove, you find yourself alone with Virgil for the moment. Alder, you find between your spell book and trying to follow your companions that you lag behind, giving Jove and Virgil a moment to themselves.
Hey, Jove.
What can I do you for?
I mean, while we're walking, might as well keep some company. I've got a question for you.
Well, shoot.
Do you know this older guy that we're traveling with? I mean, personally?
I mean, I don't know his mama's name if that's what you're asking, but I mean, he saved my life and the life of my dad and my uncle. And
And how long ago was that?
if you're at, oh, geez, I mean, it was the whenever the calamity at Flan happened. That was what, a year or so ago now.
Was he a cat back then?
Uh, yes, I think so, right?
Indeed.
Right, GM?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I've only seen him as a cat. One of them Tabaxi folk. I'd only heard about him. I hadn't met too many in my day.
And,
Seemed
not that you had too much experience talking to him or anything, but did he have the same look in his eyes as he does now?
all I know is he's very powerful, and uh, from my experience with magic and acquiring that power, sometimes people lose part of themselves in that process. And I don't know what Alder has done. I don't know what knowledge he has obtained and what the price of that was. But if we're speaking honest here, Virgil, I got a sense from Aquila that him speaking Draconic and was
Yeah,
suspect.
people don't do that.
Yeah.
Um, and it takes devotion to great devotion to study or great devotion to some power to be able to do that and some of the other things that he's been displaying.
All I know, Virgil, is that I did not plan on my connection with Aquila or for me to be able to do the things that I do. There are machinations that I don't understand, and right now, I believe Alder to be a powerful ally. Doesn't mean that I don't keep an eye on all of my allies. I learned anything in Mole Master, it's that well, sometimes just you can't rely on people doing the right thing.
The way I see it,
Ver-
we're three strangers traveling around with each other. We have some connections, but I don't think we should let that cloud our judgment. As far as I know him, he's a stranger. As far as I know you, I mean, we're definitely strangers. But I think that he's a powerful companion. I don't think we can even go so far as to be sure that he's an ally. Just as much as you can't be sure I'm your ally. Does that make sense?
I hear that, but we've spilled blood together now, Virgil.
Oh, I've
Do you
spilt
think
plenty of blood over the
that
years.
as have I? But if there's anything I learned is that companionship is strengthened by such things. Just because you're banded together and have each other back doesn't mean you necessarily you know would take these individuals back home to meet the family. But at the very least, as we're traveling together now, way I see it is I trust y'all, and that trust is for each of you to lose. Let's hope that's not the case.
Wish I could say the same, but I don't trust either of y'all, and y'all can gain your trust that way. So, similar boat, but not quite.
Well, Virgil, I do sincerely hope that I do earn that trust. You seem to have your own 2 feet about you in combat, and I have a sneaking suspicion that our toughest trials are yet to come.
Certainly hope that wasn't the toughest, because that was a bit of a cakewalk.
Yeah, you killed them dogs like it was nothing. So I think we're ready for much more.
I would agree.
As you all continue forward, Joe, go ahead and roll me a survival check once more.
Now we're surviving. That's 18.
18. You continue on deeper into the quivering forest, the landscape becoming more alien, darker. And every moment you spend walking forward, you see the dark mist behind you, creeping. Not so close as to be biting your heels, but close enough to give you pause. Until, in the middle of your path, you run into someone. You see in front of you a beautiful elven woman. Her hair silver blonde, almost to the point of being white. Blue eyes, clad in simple green clothing, mud caking the boots and the hemline of her skirt. Alder, roll me an insight check.
Oh boy. Uh, yeah, that's a 25 from Elder.
Alder, that's Alia, your former companion. Virgil, go ahead and roll me insight as well.
Whoa! 17.
You also recognize this figure. It's the young spellcaster you once met in your early adventures with the Lost and Founds, as Alia. Jove, you are simply struck by this beautiful young woman in front of you, but Virgil and Alder, you feel your chest tighten seeing this woman as she sees you all and says, "Oh, hello. Are you all lost?"
Oh yeah? Is that you?
I'm sorry, who? She cocks her head to the side, questioning. No seeming recognition upon her face.
Where are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
And don't say here. That's no help to anybody.
Well, I'm sorry not to be a help, but with my grandmother, Quivering Forest is my home. Me and Granny Jenny have always lived here.
That's what I meant. I meant not literally the word here, because people will do that. Thank you for saying this house in the Quivering Forest.
You're very welcome.
I just wanted to be clear that I wasn't being a dick. It's possible that you were from here. I just meant not literally the word here. I'm sorry.
All is forgiven, I think, she says with kind of a half-cocked smile.
I apologize. You just reminded me of somebody that I knew. Uh, my name is Alder. We were actually out here looking for someone that might be in the area. Have you or Jenny seen anybody wander around that you didn't know besides us?
Oh, I mean, we do have that new woman who's joined us. She doesn't say much, and Granny says she has to wear her blindfolds because of her eyes, but besides you all, you're the only visitor I've seen in... Well, since last time Granny went to Greenhole.
Gotcha. Well, I reckon we would probably want to go see that. That's a friend of ours that we got lost from that we'd like to find. But do you mind? I'm sorry. I think I need to go over something. Might have dropped something with the guys real quick as he kind of walks over and kind of tells you guys to like gesture to come over and huddle with him. All right, I'm gonna tell you all right now. I think you might even remember Virgil. That was someone we were traveling with. Last time I came out here, she had to make a deal that changed her completely. And I don't know how, but a part of her is out here living out here now. I'm telling you, this hag, this Jenny Green, it's bad news. It's bad, bad news.
Did you have to make a similar deal to turn yourself into a cat? I'm kind of confused on that still.
No, there was no deal on that one. I didn't have much of a choice.
Alright.
And it wasn't Jenny Green. It was a crazy pyramid with all sorts of fucking chaos coming out of it. It's a long story, but that's that's the main gist on how that happened. But thankfully, I didn't have to make a deal with Jenny. But if we're getting out of here, that's where our friend is. Probably gonna ask for another deal, knowing her.
Well, seems like that's the way to do business.
Well, feeling up to the task, Jove.
Guess so. Just don't know how we're gonna convince somebody that's joined a hag and whatever that thing is to come back home with us. If she even has a choice. Maybe she's already made a deal.
It is possible, but I would probably want the specifics and can bring her back. I do want to see that spell, but
Well, we at least got to let her know that her brother and dad, they really want to see her, and maybe that'll help. But if I've learned anything, is that these folks with these magic, I just don't want to get caught up saying yes to something I don't really understand. So Alder, just make sure we don't do anything too stupid here. Virgil, I don't know what your experience is with hags, but I've got zilch, and but I've heard stories. So guess I'm preaching to the choir here, but let's go, but be cautious.
Was everything all right over there?
Yeah, extended huddles. You know how boys do.
Also, I just love the visual of a halfling, a tabaxi, and then the torchlight.
Oh, I'm definitely Nelt. I
Yeah.
am on a knee.
All right. Well, Alder, do you want to? I mean, you have experience with this, Jenny. Do you think you should be doing the talking here? I'm just,
Um,
you know.
I'm not really much of the persuasive type, but I can smooth talk if we need me to.
I
Well,
mean, my last encounter, I managed to smooth talk into a much less intimidating environment. Not that I've dealt with a hag before, but
Well, if you reckon yourself the people person, you could at least talk to yourself, and then I'll be on standby in case of problems with Jenny, misunderstandings, right?
all right.
Miss, would you mind taking us to see Jenny and our friend? We've been looking for her for a long time here. Just getting tired, and if you know the way, that might be a real help to us all.
Oh, I'd be happy to. We haven't had visitors in forever. I mean, saw her recently, but she doesn't talk much.
Well, she might just be sad because, well, she got separated from her.
Oh, you're so right. I didn't even consider that. Well, come along. I'd be happy to take you home. You all beginning to follow this young elven woman. You follow her through dense canopies of spindly, shriveled forest greens before you round a bend in the path and come to a large clearing. The ever-present canopy is open here, lending you your first view to the sky. You can see the mists of the forest almost being pushed off, allowing the few remaining places to stare straight into the sky. The warm sunlight fills this area, dulled and amber, but still inviting. There's a small cottage of neatly stacked logs, the roof tidily arranged, shingles grown over with moss on the far side of the glade. You see an open cook pit is in the center of the clearing, over which a large cooking pot hangs from a tripod of iron rods, bubbling and sending delicious smells streaming into the air. The warmth and light of the fire welcomes you, warms you straight to your bones, almost banishing the forest's oppressive gloom. You see Alia run forward and knock on the door. Grandma Jenny? Grandma Jenny, we have visitors! As you see her knocking on the door, you see, hanging from a large wooden cage, a woman. Her raven hair streams downwards, freshly combed, as if somebody has spent hours brushing it into a nice straight lock. A purple blindfold over their eyes, the same purple scarf, and the same design that you've seen the rest of the Raja family all carry. She's unbound, resting seemingly comfortably in a crisscross applesauce position in this hanging wooden cage, her head turning slightly in recognition of Alia's voice. The door to the cottage opens, and a rather surprised-looking elderly human woman stands in the doorway. She might be all of 5'6", deep-set wrinkles, kind green eyes, a floral-patterned apron covering up her very plain clothes. You can smell something baking. You're not sure what. It dances between sweet bread and spicy mulled wine all at the same time. Joe, you specifically with your nose can just smell the earthen herbs that seem to be accompanying all of this area. This place feels outwardly like a respite from the dangers of the quivering forest you've encountered. The older woman looks out to you all and waves you all forward with a wrinkled hand. Hello! Welcome! It's been quite some time since we've had so many visitors. May I have your names, please?
I'm Joe Featherfoot. Thanks for inviting us in.
My name is Virgil.
And I'm Alder.
The older woman's head cocks to the side. And as you all look up, it's almost as if the world blurs for a moment. As suddenly she is beside you, Alder. Your paw is in her hand as she presses down into your palm. You feel your nails extend. Oh, welcome back. I see. Do you smell and feel of chaos, my dear?
Yeah, I took a little bit of a bath in it, you could say.
Ah, then you got off quite well, my dear. Quite well indeed. This form. Suits you is not the word. You see her long, kind of pointed nose sniffs across you. And something more, too. She lets go of your paw and languidly walks back towards Alia. Well, the form may change, but I smell your soul burning, even here, my dear. Yes, your suffering is quite palpable. She licks a fat tongue over her teeth. Well, one of you returning, and two for the first time. Welcome to my abode. But if I were to guess, I would say that you're not here just for my good company. And as she says this, the stars in the sky begin to dim. The flames from the cooking pit seem to elongate, strengthen. The shadows casting stripes across Alia and her grandmother's features. They seem to stretch, matching the ever-dancing flames. from the placent 5'5" that both of these women seem to be at. They seem to almost stretch at moments to nearly 6 feet before returning back to their original forms. You can't seem to catch them in a stable form, shifting always. As Jenny looks expectantly back to you all.
There's somebody here that ought to find their way home. You got kin that's been looking for 'em.
Oh, and who would that be, my dear?
I neglected to write down Kekim's daughter's name,
Sybil.
Sybil. Uh, her name is Sybil. Uh, we've been told by the family that she possesses the sight. Uh, let's just say that they're aching to be reunited. We're hoping to help them out with that.
Yes. Yes. Our newest tenant. However, Sybil came to me with open arms, asking for protection for her family. It would be unbecoming of me to simply put her in danger. She looks over towards the cage. You desire to bring her home. Perhaps we could come to an arrangement. I do ever so love making deals. You see Alya goes over and takes her grandmother's hand and holds it closely and smiles, beams at you. And you could swear, especially you, Jove, that you could see like ribbons in the wind, part of her skin give forward. And beneath, cold darkness, shadows spill out. As she smiles over warmly back at you, you feel your stomach churn and your heart skip a beat just for the moment. As both the grandmother and daughter smile at all of you, welcoming you in.
Well, perhaps Sybil would like to make a deal on her own behalf to get home.
Yes.
I'm sure she's missing her folks too.
And if she is here of her own accord and doing well, certainly, if you let us go talk with her, everything would be nice and fine, wouldn't it, Jenny?
Jenny's smile stretches across her mouth, from ear to ear in no uncertain terms. Ah, you would like to speak with Sybil. Of course. Let me open the gate for you. She waves a hand towards Sybil, and the wooden gate opens, allowing you the full opportunity to go and speak with her.
They like open the gate to go outside, or the gate at
The gate
like
at Sybil's, like, imagine kind of like the old school pirate cages where they'd have like the metal bars and they'd hang you outside, like no room to stand up or sit down.
Like bird cages almost.
Yeah, like a wooden bird cage. I'll say, Alder, you're very familiar with this bird cage build. It was the same one that held that farmer that you and your companions once traded for. The very same one that your companion, Alia, gave her name for. As if nothing has changed in these many years.
Very well.
But the
I would
cage
like to
remains
have-
open.
I would like to go have a word with her.
Sure. Alder walks up to the cage. Anyone else joining?
I will go with him.
Alder, Virgil, you walk up to the cage. Jove?
Yeah, Jove will approach, but he's not going to go all the way inside. He doesn't want to get the door swung on him.
You approach the cage, Alder and Virgil, and you see Sybil places her neck and her noggin forward. You see her lips have been sealed tight, refusing to open since you've arrived. As she bows her head towards you all, you see the simply drawn knots of the scarf that adorns her eyesight, beckoning you to unveil it. What
I
do you
do.
both do? All right. Virgil, you pluck forth the blindfold. Her eyes open up and find yours, and Virgil, make me a wisdom saving throw. No, sorry, charisma saving throw.
10.
Your eyes meet. You feel your heart rate skyrocket. The blood in your veins pumping. The rest of the world grows dark until it is only her in your vision. You try to catch your breath, but you can't. She's stunning. Long dark hair, full lips, bright blue eyes. The purple scarf unveiling the full beauty of her in front of you. She looks at you with a sad expression, almost pity. Alder, you see Virgil look almost dumbstruck in the moment as you match the eyes. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
It's a 12.
Your heart rate increases. You're drawn in. The world becomes a pinprick of light. Two beautiful blue lights that draw you in. You both look deeply as the world goes silent. Jove, would you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Sure. I got a 14 wisdom save.
The purple cloth leaves her eyes. You see her eyes meet yours just for the briefest of moments, and you instinctively you feel Aquila claw into your form and pull you back. No. Jove, no. You feel that primal awareness of you set your teeth on edge. And you feel very much in line with your senses. As Virgil and Alder, her words begin to pour into your minds, though her mouth moves not, in a voice that does not match this woman in front of you. The mist have come to take us all into a place of great darkness. Evil lurks within, and evil that only those of conviction have hope of destroying. The last note of this seeming prophecy spreads across your minds. Alder, Virgil. Virgil, for the second time, you see this amber light wash over you. Alder, your eyes open to this amber light. You see 4 figures. Some masculine, some feminine. And Alder, roll me a history or insight check, your choice.
I will go insight. That's a 24 insight.
Sweet Murphy. You see a half dragon, half troll form. One that is very familiar to you. One that you put into the ground once upon a time in the Twilight Marshes. Stand before you once more. Each one holding a powder box, a glove, a comb, and a mirror. Before the shadows are whipped away, the amber light is extinguished. And you see the nearly crying eyes, blue and alert, of Sybil. Look to you both. And she quickly puts back on the purple blindfold before shutting the cage to you both again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I swear I didn't mean to.
These are glimpses of what you think is to come, isn't it?
Not think. No. Jove. You notice that the mists begin to creep ever so slightly into this glade. Not enough to alarm, but just enough that you feel that shield, that Jove sense begin to tingle. As you return back to your allies. I swear, I promise, I'm not trying to hurt you. It's the sight, I swear.
Sybil, your your dad and your brother are worried about you. They're back at the Crossing Inn. I know that there was some unsavory shit that was happening with your family, but it's water under the bridge. You can come with us, can't you?
She looks puzzled for the moment. What of my son? Here, Sue. I found him and raised him as my own. Where is he? Rillin, Kekim. What of Hirsu?
Did he happen to wear a red scarf?
Yes, I made it myself. Oh,
I found him, and mayhem is not an easy way to go about it. You might need to step towards somewhere a little safer, maybe out of the cage. I'll tell you everything I know on that one.
Alder, make your roll.
That's a 15, and she rolled a 7. I used my port.
That's so nasty.
I can't. I have to stay here. I have to be here for the crossing over.
What is the crossing over?
Jove. You're the first one to notice. The mists become aggressive. They leap across the bounds of this domain until the very open night sky becomes mottled and grayed from the mists. You hear it first before you see it. And you are the only one who is able to see a long, winged, leathery creature crash into Sybil's cage. As the wood splinters, you see the mouth elongate of this long creature until you see it swallow Sybil whole. I need everybody to roll initiative.
Nice.
Seven, 12, and 20. All right. Uh, 20. Seven. Ouch. All right. As everybody roll me a perception check in this moment, as this first large leathery creature smashes in and swallows Sybil whole.
17 from Jude.
Natural 9. Or passive.
Passive 15.
Alder and Jove, you see Jenny, a wicked smile, her body elongating to where you see her form almost stretched sideways, as if you put something that was supposed to be printed in portrait into landscape. And you see part of her form push into her cottage, pulling Olya along until they into the doorway. A leathery figure slamming into the door at the same time. The first move, the creature that pulls back this visage of Sybil gone turns to he who is closest, Alder. I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
That is a 12.
It leaps from the cage. You see its mouth elongate, taller and longer than its body could possibly stretch to. And you see Alder is swallowed in a moment. Alder, you're gone.
Oh.
Moving down from there, it's Jove.
Yeah, seeing that, Jove is going to take out the Electrum Spear. He's going to charge forth. He's going to cast a second level Searing Smite and take a stab with the spear. The first being a 17.
That'll hit.
Cool. Okay, that's going to be 5 piercing and 7 fire.
You see this leathery, almost bat-like creature. Its long, elongated, ever-hanging maw snap back into its original form as it lights a fire from your piercing and screeches out at you. As soon as it screeches, its head turns directly to face you, as if pinpointing your location. It is damaged, but not dead.
He is going to take a second swipe at it with his Electrum Spear, and he will use one of his uses of Favored Foe. Ooh, that is a natural 20.
All right, you know what to do.
I do, with Exploding Crits, and I get the extra d6 because of Piercer. So that's 3d6 plus 3, 18. So that's 21. So that's a flat 30.
How do you want to do this?
That's all piercing. Oh, fuck yes. I guess he wants to try and like get it in in the neck area because he's gonna be going to try and split open the gut to try and get his friend out of there. So he doesn't want to pierce him. So yeah, going for under the chin, I suppose, and then I guess I'm having trouble recalling how big of a form it is now. If it's still is it still big and leathery and gross, or
Oh, it's a large creature. Like,
oh hell yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
yeah,
Right in the gullet.
you stab upwards into this creature and pierce it from the chin up through the brain. Its body goes limp on your spear. However, Jove, with your high perception, you can't help but notice this creature doesn't seem big enough to hold Alder. Its stomach isn't extended out as if there's a creature within it. It feels almost like he's disappeared as it comes crashing down, much less to have consumed both Alder and Sybil. As it crashes into the rest of the cage, what else you got for me?
If we're still in initiative, that is all he's got.
You got it. Moving on. We go to Joe from behind you. You hear a make me a charisma saving throw.
Is it to be frightened?
Nope.
Damn it. All right. We're rolling raw. Oh, and he rolls good. 19.
You see a set of jaws appear for you, as if they've drug into the ground itself before snapping forward. Jove, you find only darkness awaits you. Virgil, you see a large bat-like creature consume Sybil and Alder before being put down by Jove. As he pulls his spear back triumphantly, he has just enough time to turn around before another large bat-like creature consumes him. It's your move. He's about 10 feet from you.
And how far am I away from like any of the houses or anything?
I'd say about 40 feet.
Okay. Um. I am going to. Is there any like boulders around me or anything? An object for me to get on top of is what I'm looking for, like a medium-sized object.
You see the broken cage of Sybil's. You could easily hop up on there, a solid 5 feet, and be above. But besides that, it seems to be a large, clear plain clearing, as if nothing could sneak up on this housing.
Alright. I'm gonna get up on top of that as quietly as possible. And I'm gonna throw a gold coin and just try to make as much noise with it as I can. Just throwing it out into the dirt.
Roll me stealth.
Okay. Disadvantage because of my armor. That's a 1. Oh, sorry. I have a +1. That's a 3. Thought I had a -1.
You climb up onto the cage easily enough with your strength. Stealthily, as this creature bites down on Joe. As you throw the coin, it pings off a part of the wooden cage, landing in the dirt in front of you. As the leathery creature looks up at you. What else you got for me?
Yeah. Well, now that his attention's there, yeah, I'm just gonna try and get off of it and just walk a few feet to the side and just hope it doesn't hear me over there.
Easy enough. We go through initiative. Virgil, you see 2 more of these creatures begin to assault the house of Jenny Greenteeth, biting, chomping through parts of his keep, trying to get to the individuals inside. As it goes back to the leathery creature in front of you, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
10.
You throw the gold coin and hop off in the other direction, hoping to distract it. But the creature is undeterred. as you are swallowed whole and darkness greets you. As you all feel yourselves pulled from this space, Virgil, once again, you see this amber light. But in it you see the soft, welcoming figures of Rosemary and Ethel. We love you, Virgil. We love you so much. As they embrace you, you feel their bodies press against yours in a tight hug. You see the startling blue eyes of Sybil. Help. Who's here? Help. As you are pulled forward through this negative space. Like your body being thrown into a cold river. But as if every single inch is a new surface. Psh, 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 psh. We're thrust forward. Older. As the darkness consumes you. You hear the ever-ending crackle of laughter turn into a cried pain. As you feel your form torn asunder. In front of you, you see the tabaxi form that you've only glimpsed in mirrors. Green eyes burning. Adamantine claws melting under the heat. You see the specter of the form you called yours leap out, burning into the darkness. And as you reach out forward, you see a red hand extended. Your spellbook burning in front of you. Your life's work turning to ash. Jove. You hear Aquila's cries. Ah! Jove! Jove! You feel that space within you pulled apart. You feel an emptiness reach your being. You feel Aquila's anger. You see Aquila in a dark cavern, surrounded by humanoids. One with a shining, burning blade. Drive deep into the heart. You see Aquila die. You see Aquila's scales turn to a brass color. What was once lightning turns to flame. And it burns bright green. You feel an emptiness inside of you. As these layers of cold build upon you. Dozens. Hundreds. Until the three of you all come to. The tension finally breaks. The mists thin. And you all view upon the landscape. Instead of the calming abode of Jenny Greenteeth's, you see ever encroaching forests, gray, decaying, dying. And in this one spot where the trees do not ever point forward, in their decaying march forward, you see a wooden sign that rests upon the path before you. Next to it, a dead crow, frozen by the frigid air and partially eaten by vermin. A dark, sticky liquid stains in oddly shaped letters, and it reads, "Welcome to Barovia." And that is where we're going to end it for tonight.
Ooh-wee.
Let us say goodnight to chat.
Good night, chat.
Night night, Jen.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat, for any and everyone who was here for this tonight. Thank you so much for coming back for season 3. Super happy to have you here. As a heads up, this next season is going to be extra brutal. It's not for children. It's for adults. It's going to suck. It's going to be bad. And you're going to think, is there any happiness? The answer is no, there's not. So, if you continue to follow along with this season, we're super happy to have you here. But buckle up, Buttercup. Peace in the Middle East, and much love to you. Until next week.